Hello, 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 hello. Testing 1 2 3, 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hi, sir. We're going to start in a few minutes. We can able to hear your audio properly.
Chick. Integration with emerging technology is also a very important thing. What's happening in PKI, it's integration with, like, say, blockchain, addressing quantum computing, and also other emerging technologies, expands its applicability and strengthens its role in future security architectures. Continuous innovation and advancements is happening. PKI and development in PKI, such as PQC and certificate management, ensure its relevance and effectiveness in the ever-changing digital landscape. So that's why what we see, there is an immense potential for the future with PKI, and also a strong need to go borderless. So with that, I conclude this opening address, and so give it to all the speakers the entire day. So we have 12 sessions to come today. So about 20-30 minute sessions, lot of interactions. Feel free to interact with the speakers. Any questions, any point of time, let it be more interactive, and we'll have a thoughtful session. There are speakers joining from remote. They are on Microsoft Teams. We have YouTube live going on, so people around the world can keep watching, and also maybe it will be recorded. People can watch it later. So let's make it more fruitful, more versatile, and more worthwhile of this symposium. Thank you.
And the delegation from the Vietnam, Ms. Masha from Government of Iran, Mr. Vijay, the Senior Vice President, E-Mudra, colleagues from Office of Controller of Certifying Authorities, Mr. Ashish Banati, Mr. Ramchandran, other distinguished speakers, esteemed members of Asia PKI Consortium from different countries who are joining, certifying authorities representative from India, CCA independent auditors from India, and other participants from government, industry, and the participant from Bureau of Indian Standards, which is the standards body of the country. It's my proud privilege to be part of this symposium, international symposium. I find the topic very pertinent. Borderless digital transactions, PKI role in a globalized world. As we really see in the past that there is a wider adoption of digital technologies and the internet technologies, which is becoming a need for borderless interaction, borderless transactions to happen. In fact, this year itself, when the Government of India had the presidency of G20, where the theme was also related to the same, going borderless. And during the session of G20, the Office of Controller of Certifying Authorities, the regulator of PKI in India, we organized a program on the need of PKI for DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure. As you know, the Digital India program of Government of India is one of the flagship programs, and it is a huge success. And we have entered into the all domains of services, all domains of technologies, all domains of government and private sectors, wherein we find a deep-rooted technologies and the DPI being implemented. As a result of this G20 outcome, this a global DPI repository has been constituted. Basically, it is a resource for the key lessons and the knowledge learned from different G20 members and the other guest countries who have participated. The idea of having this kind of repository to fill the knowledge gap for the population scale of DPIs. In fact, very recently, in the subsequent meeting, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, also announced a Global Social Impact Fund to spread and implement the DPI, and India has assured the contribution of $20 million, $25 million for this. So India is very serious in doing transactions, digital transactions across boundaries with different member countries, which is a result of the G20 outcome. If you look at the major digital public infrastructure which have been offered to be used by different countries, which includes unified payment interface, which is basically a e-payment system, our Aadhaar, which is a biometric digital identity digital platform. The DigiLocker is a digital locker available to all citizens who can avail the services of having their own repository of documents from various institutions or their own documentation. We have CoWIN is one platform which is a National Health Authorities platform where you can have all your digital data of health available there, which was very useful in our COVID time in tracking and tracing the incidents and providing necessary help. We have a government e-market called GEM. We have a digital platform for education like Diksha. So these are the major platforms which are being offered for sharing with various G20 member countries and the guest countries who are participating. The foundation of all these digital public infrastructure is the PKI. The PKI provides the fundamental layer of security, privacy, protecting your data. It is non-reproduction, integrity, everything is provided by PKI. So therefore, in our program of PKI for DPI, we concluded the DPI, borderless DPI implementation can be successful only when we have the borderless PKI implementation across. So I think this is a fundamental to going for any kind of digital transaction, the transaction which is in terms of digital services, transaction in terms of providing trade and business, transaction in terms of providing various documentation. I think this is the ultimate thing which we have to address collectively. So that's why I find that borderless digital transaction and having the PKI role, it's a huge role we have to play in taking this forward. We also, Government of India, through the Office of CCA, the regulator of the PKI, we also introduced a mutual recognition arrangement framework with all the member countries. In fact, we are very keen to go borderless. We have taken that initiative. We are already working with EU and Japan on these issues to work out the kind of modus operandi of going borderless. So you will find that India is very, very much interested in taking it forward. Nevertheless, India has got a very strong and robust PKI landscape available. We have a national PKI framework in place. We have a huge setup of certifying authorities. We have a huge number of digital transactions getting e-signatures, electronic signatures on daily basis. At the same time, India is also working towards having the international compliance to the standards and the certifications for the complete ecosystem of certifying authorities. Whether it's a RAPTRUST compliance, ETSI compliance for TSPs, or a fixed 140-2 compliance for any kind of cryptographic devices, or maybe the common criteria EL4 trust level of certification for these things. We are working towards making this internationally compliant technologically so that we have a smooth digital transition across the border. If you look at the implementation in India, we find this remote touch has become the way of life thanks to the COVID after effects. We have seen that people are now logged onto the system. They want to do transactions, they want to do business, they want to do any kind of digital payments, and everything is going in a huge way in India. And we find this is very convenient to work with. So therefore, it's not only transacting borderless, it is also transacting the digitally across the borders is very, very important for taking the global trade, business, and system activities. So economic part of the country, which is the fundamental to growth of any country, is highly dependent upon the global digital transaction, dependent upon the PKI and the foundation for that kind of situation setup to be prepared. India has proposed a mutual recognition, which is basically for recognition of electronic documents under our national PKI frameworks. If you look at the kind of ID documentation like Aadhaar, the driver license, any other financial documentation, the business contracts in various countries, which is supported by the national PKI, then only we find a trust and having the business across. You have a legal admissibility, and very important thing is about the import and export of import and export, there are various exchange of documentation. The moment we have a borderless transaction, we have a strong PKI layer. I think this will become a very, very strong footing for the global economic growth of the system. My colleague would be covering, Mr. Ashish Banati, my Deputy Controller is present. He will be covering about the various aspects of the mutual framework which we have proposed. We have shared with the member countries in Asia PKI forum as well. We have certain kind of requirements to meet. We understand this is a requirement of technological framework to be in place, the legal framework to be placed, the various processes which have to be set up. So let's all work together and make it happen while working on each of these aspects. I find Asia PKI forum is the right place to discuss about this. I can see that through the Asia PKI forum charter that the Asia PKI Consortium is working towards awareness of PKI, cryptographic technologies across member economies. So the whole focus of the Asia PKI forum is on this. We are also working towards promoting the interoperability among the PKI countries and in the Asia or Oceania region. So I find this is the right platform to take the subject forward. The working group which we are proposing, which are in the area of business application working group, legal and policy, technology standards, I find they are very appropriate to take this borderless digital transactions supported by a very strong PKI base at the bottom. I think that will set the tone for the real trusted borderless transaction which we can provide through this. So I'm really grateful that this opportunity has been given in the Asia PKI forum to take it forward through this. India has taken several initiatives in the past to take this thing forward. We have an e-sign introduced through Aadhaar. It's a signing on the fly. So this is very, very effective and very useful being done now. We are also working towards mobile-based digital signatures on smartphones. India is working towards making the web trust as a benchmark standard for all CAs operations. We are encouraging CAs to do in-country SSL issuance. We are also working on strong auditing fundamentals, auditing standards for CAs. We are also working with EU and harmonizing our trusted service provider TSP scheme. And we are also trying to work on developing our own browser to take it forward. I find that this symposium will also bring out the various technical discussion in this domain, whether there are challenges of post-quantum crypto or whether there is the challenges of developing new standards, processes and technologies. I find this is a pertinent place where we can discuss all these issues and come out with our own program on working towards borderless transaction with PKI at the fundamental background. It is very important. We should work out a kind of time frame based approach to develop this framework very clearly. working on the policy, the standard, the legality, which will make this very, very effective amongst the participating countries. I think today the agenda is from the eminent speaker. We will be listening to all of them and we'll get to know more about that. And I find this the nicely drawn agenda, which will definitely pave the way for a very fruitful in today's symposium. I think with these few words, I would like the technical discussion to start, and I would like to thank all of you, the Asia PKI Consortium, for giving this opportunity and interacting with you all, and looking forward to the outcome, which could be very useful. I can assure you, India is serious about taking it forward, and we will be definitely supporting the Asia PKI Forum through our own efforts, whether on each of the steps, whether it's a technological upgradation or it's a legal kind of compliance or in kind of any process improvement. Thank you very much. Thanks to my side. Wish a very successful conference now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Very enlightening keynote for today's symposium. He mentioned about several initiatives. Sir mentioned on G20 program and the EU-Japan initiative as well. We have a couple of videos which we would be playing later during my presentation on the mutual recognition. Thank you, sir. Thank you for setting the tone for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So next I invite Mr. William Gee for the presentation on post-quantum cryptography and its use in PKI.
So, really happy to be here, and thank you for attending. I'm William Gee, Vice Chair of the PKI Consortium, and today I'm going to cover this very important topic of post-quantum security. I'll be presenting alongside Andrew Chen, who is the CEO of 01 Communique Laboratories, and Andrew has been working in this field for the last 5 or 6 years, and he recently attended a post-quantum cryptography conference organized by the PKI Consortium that was held in Amsterdam. So he will also share with you, the things that he experienced, during that visit. So let's start with the topic. So I'll be talking about post-quantum, the quantum threat, and what we mean by post-quantum cryptography. A quick update on what NIST has been doing, and then Andrew will talk about some of the use case, from an industry perspective, and then I will it will come back to me, and I will take a quick look at the impact on CAs and the next steps. So let's start. Now, quantum computing, not going into detail, is basically a form of computing kind of a process where we no longer just use zeros and ones. It is using the quantum capability. So the result is that quantum computers it can be much more efficient in solving problems that we find difficult today. And the areas that quantum computers are going to be used on are things like simulations and so on for weather patterns, tractor design, etc. And one of the feature, because of the quantum capability, is that it can actually solve some of the mathematical problems that we cannot solve easily today. And it so happens that these mathematical problems are the basis of today's encryption solutions protocols that we use. So there are two algorithms, and I'm going to take a look at that slightly later. One of them is the Shor's algorithm, which, if applied to a computer, can be used to basically fact that people are using a term called the Q date, i.e. the day when quantum computers capability becomes commercially available. Now, I would say most of you can still remember Y2K. It is very clear. It's December 31st, 1999. And that's when we transition to the new century, and therefore, things will get complicated. But for quantum computing, we call that, the Q date. We don't know exactly when that will come. Quantum computer as a technology is still being kind of developed. There had been significant progress being made. The question is, well, when will quantum capability be commercially available? And so there is a lot of discussions on that. There are two different views. One view is it will take another 5-10 years for that to be available, and therefore, we should be okay. The other view is that, given the capability and given the potential impact and given the pace of technology advancement, Q-Day is already here, and we have to basically prepare and address this particular issue. And so this is basically set the scene for what we call quantum threat. Professor Mosca at the University of Waterloo put forward a theorem, X plus Y greater than Z. If that's the case, then worry. X is the time that you need to protect your data. Y is the time it takes to implement a quantum resistant solution. And then Z is how long it will be before quantum capability becomes commercially available. And so if you add on X to Y and it's greater than Z, then you are potentially exposed. And today we are seeing this called harvest now, decrypt later attack, being kind of executed. Basically, people know that there will be a new algorithm that is capable to break today's encryption. So if I'm interested in your data, I take them first and decrypt it when the capability becomes available. And so with that, if you have sensitive data, you should basically be concerned and think about whether you are exposed. If we look at the IBM quantum computers development roadmap, you will see that as of this point in time, they have met all their milestones. It started in 2019. They were able to build a quantum computer with very few qubits. Up to last year, when they launched Condor, they actually meet that milestone. So if they are on track, it's the key important thing. They have been on track, so to date. If they continue to be on track, then essentially by 2025, a few years from now, we are end of 2023. So in 2 years' time, they will actually achieve a 4,000 plus qubit quantum machine, which is what is needed to break RSA in a reasonably short time. So by 2026, we're talking about even more powerful machine being available. And there are obviously, apart from IBM, many vendors around the world. And on from the academic field, there's many teams looking at ways to develop new approach, new algorithm to actually crack RSA and other crypto kind of modules. So Q-Day effectively is staring at us, and so let's now move on to what is happening at NIST. NIST has been started searching for post-quantum cryptography replacement for today's RSA and ECC from around 2015. So they have been, spending time a few years already looking at that. Again, last year they announced the what's called the round 3 candidates. So 4 crypto algorithms were being announced, and then they announced the round 4 kind of candidates that they are still going to work on. At the same time, they actually asked for more submission. Now, in the opening presentation, Vijay talked about the need for smaller key sizes. Well, that's exactly the reason why NIST is still searching, asking submissions for new algorithm, because the ones that you've seen here, the key sizes are not small as such. And so that presents one important kind of factor for us to consider, is if the demand for mobile PKI, cloud signing, IoT kind of security and so on, it's going to drive us down one way, then there will be, from a technical point of view, limitations in terms of key size and some of the other aspects that will impact this. So NIST announced the final third round candidate for civilization a few months ago. They published the first set of draft standards. It came a lot earlier than in compared to their original time frame. There is basically a need for that, and so they fast-tracked the activity. 3 draft standards have been published for public consultation. Consultation period, I believe, is now closed, and the fourth one for Falcon is actually not way. So they are doing from their point of view the standardization, because as you will know, today when we try to kind of commission encryption algorithms, solutions, and so on, we look for NIST certification. Well, the standards are not there yet, and so that presents another tricky aspect to everyone. Now let's move on to POC case, and I would like to kind of pass this to Andrew. If the team can switch to Andrew's screen, then Andrew will share his screen, and we will talk about this, later. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you, William. Let me try to switch the screen at this point, see if it works. 1 second. Can you see my screen?
We are bringing you online.
Yep. Please let me know when you can see the screen, and I can start.
I can see you now.
Very good, very good. Thank you, William. So I'm very happy to be here. As described by William, my name is Andrew Chang. I'm actually from Toronto, Canada, and I'm the president of the company called 01 Communicate. And we are focused in the PQC technologies and PQC-oriented applications. Strike when iron is still hot. I think it's briefly mentioned by William G. that I just happened to just came back from the PKI Consortium conference held about 2.5 weeks ago at Amsterdam. And I was invited to present focusing on the use cases, like practical use cases of PQC. And I guess the reason why I was invited to present that is because there are quite many PQC, post-quantum cryptography technology providers in the world, but we are one of the, if not the only one, really have gone ahead to get hands dirty and roll the sleeves up and created PQC end users application in addition to provide the cryptographic engine. So the use cases are many of them. And the first one we presented was about the blockchain. But before I get to blockchain, I would like to also first give a little background first that we have partnered with the upstream. We call the in the PKI industry, the upstream is like the HSM, hardware security module, and the CA. So we have partnered with Thales, which is one of the largest HSM device in the world, integrating the post-quantum cryptography into their lunar HSM machine, which is a very important step for us to provide PQC oriented the PKI system to our partners or customers. And obviously, we also partner with some CA. For example, the key factor in the US is working with us in providing to their customers some kind of the POC, proof of concept projects to convert their application to become the post-quantum. So about coming back to the main theme about the use cases, the first and foremost use cases that we have done was for a group of cryptocurrency consortium in Asia. They gave us an existing blockchain, Solana, to prove that we can add PQC capability into an existing blockchain. Now, this is a very important project because simply like we all know that blockchain has been, since the inception, has been coined as unprickable and unhackable. So, but why, the blockchain since the inception are still having a lot of like security problem and crypto theft? Just taking 2022 as an example, that year alone was representing a record high in crypto theft, with $3.8 billion being stolen. And October of 2022 alone has close to 800 million crypto being stolen. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, because so far the blockchain problem was really not in the chain. It is like off-chain problem that is really causing by some, for example, poorly written DeFi applications or a poorly written the bridge, that allow different kind of cryptocurrency exchange with each other. So the problem that we are seeing is a large number, like $3.8 billion, but it's only the off-chain problem. So technologically, it's not that bad yet, okay? But that was then, this is now. In the post-quantum world of computing, the main problem that blockchain has is on the digital signature. And I always say that the cybersecurity is kind of like an orchestra. The quality is equal to the worst performance, the worst performer within the orchestra. So if there isn't a bad app, it's almost like having the best lock while you're putting the key under the mat. So it's equal to nothing. So the problem with blockchain, as I said a little earlier, was the digital signature. And because digital signature is using PKI, and it is using, blockchain is particularly, most of them using elliptic curve, ECC, as the cryptographic engine, and it is vulnerable to the quantum computer attack. So you can imagine if someone, can very quickly reverse and obtain your private key, the whole trust in blockchain is gone, because a transaction can be forced, and a validator can, like a rogue validator can easily validate double spending, so the whole trust in the blockchain is gone. So what we have done was using a special technology that is applied to Solana. From the high level point of view, it seems to be very easy, but nothing is easy when you roll up the sleeve. So the high level point of view, we thought, hey, just yank out elliptic curve and put in whatever quantum safe algorithms such as dilithium, Falcon, or whatever into the chain would be okay. But then after rolling up the sleeve, we found that everything is hard coded. So the data structure is not big enough to hold the dilithium, the quantum safe structure. So what we have done was created like an off-chain quantum safe validation network to validate everything in the quantum safe fashion first before we drift it down to the normal validation of the Solana network. In other words, we are just using the Solana network as a database. That's it. Before that, we already done the quantum safe validation. In this case, we can preserve and without having to change the Solana network at all in order to achieve quantum safety. And also this technology, we have already went ahead after that to apply for international patent, and the US patent was actually granted a few months ago. And it can be applied to just about any blockchain. So Solana is just one example. It can be applied on Bitcoin, Ethereum, anything, on top of it. So that's basically is blockchain. So other than blockchain, we have also created some other the post-quantum end-user solutions for our customers. One of which is email security. And it is already publicly available that anyone going to the website can download, view it, use it, and try. So it is kind of like using PQC quantum safe technology to end-to-end encrypt your email from your Outlook, sending end-to-end to the recipient side Outlook, as well as digitally sign the email to kind of ensuring the authenticity of the sender. So the essence of that is 91% of the email threats, such as ransomware, is basically started from a simple email, a phishing email, and the authenticity of the email can be totally ensured in this algorithm. Basically means it is blocking 91% of the ransomware source. So another example after email to security was remote access. We are actually a current partner with Hitachi in Japan, the head office of Hitachi in Japan, localizing and also quantum safetying their remote access solution called Do Mobile in Japan, whereby it is a combination of quantum safety and zero trust for the remote access. Last but not least, we have also applied the quantum safe technology into something called steganography. Now, if anyone has watched the video movie of Da Vinci Code, you probably have seen this kind of things that people can hide important data into some unsuspicious media, such as Mona Lisa, the picture, the digital picture, or audio streaming or video streaming. So now, steganography is not anything new. In the 18th century, steganography is called watermark. And in the 21st century, we call it quantum safe. Steganography would be basically using code-based error syndrome, the quantum safe technology, to randomly insert the data, the important data that you want to hide inside the picture, like put it in, randomly spread it using code-based technology, that only with the private key you can retrieve them back. Right. So this can be very effective way to safeguard like electronic wallet recovery, NFT, and the signature and identity and things like that. Right. So again, the patent application has been applied for this type of special steganography. So I guess those are just some more notable example, and many industries today has already started to look into the PQC. In fact, we saw that in the last maybe 12 months, it has been day and night compared to 12 months ago. I just, as I said, I just came back from the PKI Consortium conference in Amsterdam. My takeaway with that is the mainstream attention has been tremendous because that conference in Amsterdam was actually 100% focused in post-quantum cryptography. So it is like 2 days conference. Everyone there, including myself, all the sessions are talking about quantum safety in that conference. And the ECB, for example, the European Central Bank was there presenting what they are trying to do in the post-quantum safety world. Wells Fargo was there, and NIST was there too, presenting their standard, which they have just published like a couple of months ago. And so in this example here, the EMV of the payment industry has already started to evaluate post-quantum risk and acknowledge that it is a ticking time bomb. And also the HSS of the health sector is also doing their own assessment for obvious reason because patient data is simply has to be protected for a very long time. And therefore, remember the X, Y, Z the theorem that William has presented. So the X is there for a very long time for the healthcare industry. And similarly, the BIS, the Bank of International Settlement, has also urged the payment industry to assess the risk. So I guess I will take a quick pause here to hand it back to William for a kind of like a conclusion. So thanks again for having me here. So now over to you, William.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's switch back to my deck. So these are just some of the examples that Andrew has, talked about. So let me quickly kind of wrap up here, coming up to our tea break. Everyone will be impacted. That is the scenario. And PKI being a very important infrastructure that supports all the industry today, obviously will need to be upgraded. Now, the impact on today's cryptographic systems, we have the public key cryptography. We also have the symmetric keys. So these are two families, but very often they are applied hand in hand. For the public key cryptography, we have the RSA, we have ECC as two of the most popular protocol today. These are going to be compromised by using Shor's algorithm, essentially the response to that is actually to move to a quantum secure algorithm. So that part need to be replaced. For the symmetric cryptography, there's another algorithm, Grover's algorithm, that came out a couple of years later than Shor's algorithm. It is still impacted by quantum computing, purely because it is more powerful and can guess, the key more efficiently. But the response is not replacing it; it's just doubling the key sizes, at least doubling the key sizes. So here you are, the key sizes will be affected, and that really has a big implication. Particularly if any of the application on making changes to that will be a nightmare. Now, this is just to, based on all the published statistics from the, algorithms, you can see that the key size compared to what we have, for RSA is actually significantly larger. This is the public key and signature sizes. Today, ECC is really kind of lightweight, but when you use Falcon or Dilithium, it's actually going to be a lot larger. So the implication is really at that particular point that will actually affect the end solution. So as far as the PKI is kind of community is concerned, the uncertain time frame is a key factor. The threat is imminent. How do you balance that? Getting budget, for example, will be a challenge. People sometimes, don't see the imminent threat and say, has the standards been available? No, it's still being defined, and therefore let's wait a couple of years before, NIST came up with a standard. The time needed for transition is most important. The industry is now coming to the view that it will take 15 years, run about that sort of length of time to do the transition. And that is actually going to be most tricky. We are going to explore that in the upcoming Innovation Expo in Hong Kong to be held next April. I hope to kind of invite academics from mainland China and other territories to actually explore this aspect in more detail. And then the important thing is the fact that RSA and ECC has been in use for a long time. When you switch over to new cryptographic algorithms, they are not sufficiently time tested. And so one nightmare scenario is that after something, a new algorithm is in use for a few years, people say we broke it, and now you have to change it again. And so the key now that we are looking at is what we call cryptographic agility. It is down to design level that you want to make sure that all your systems and infrastructure is able to switch easily and efficiently. And then interoperability, laws and regulations are something that obviously will be impacted and lagging behind. So with that takeaway, the threat is here. Even though the technology may not be available, in the market, because of the time it takes for transition, people should actually start, looking at it and preparing for that. Everything is going to be vulnerable, and the more sensitive information that has a long time duration, like your health, medical records, and so on, you can't actually get budget. So start doing something simple. Get more information to support your business case, and then move forward on that one. If any questions, feel free to come back to me and Andrew. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Please be on the stage for a while. May I request Mr. Kaushik Srinivasan to please honor the speaker with a small memento. The center, please. We have the photograph. One moment, please. Thank you very much. So now we break for coffee. Maybe it can be 15 minutes, I guess. We lost 5 minutes there, but that's okay. We break for coffee. May I request speakers to please join on the stage. We'll do a group photo. the speakers of the day. Please, please. And also Asia PKI members, you can also please join us, the representatives. Please on stage. Please. Maybe you can get your coffee as well inside. So let's start the session. Maybe we can have the presentation up, the next presentation. Yeah. So next session is from Mr. Ashish Banati, Deputy Controller, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. He'll be speaking on Indian secure trust ecosystem and moving towards mutual recognition. Over to you, sir. Please.
Everybody be seated at least. What do I start? Good morning and welcome to the air-conditioned city of India, Bangalore. So we call it air-conditioned because normally weather remains perfect all throughout the year, except some instances where it may become hot during day, but evenings are again pleasant. So today I'm Ashish and I'm Deputy Controller for this Office of CCA, and I'll be presenting today the presentation which was made at the G20 summit at Pune by the controller, our controller, Shri Arvind ji, and it's just a repetition of that. And before that, I'll just talk about the initiative that sir had told. We are also into that there is an initiative of developing a common API for the tokens to be used so that the drivers are to be maintained by a single agency and not everybody has to struggle in storing the drivers. There is one initiative about developing the indigenous tokens in the country. The browser open challenges there. We have a project and the project team who is handling post quantum project is also here. So the previous lecture was telling that yes, it was good to give a jolt that we have to be ready for the post quantum and quantum computing is right there. But then yes, we have our vendors who are ensuring that they have been testing for post-quantum readiness. They have the new machines which are designed to support the post-quantum algorithms. The token vendors are also claiming the same. Our people will be developing the post-quantum algorithms, probably list-based. And but there are stages. There are going to be stages. Post-quantum PQC safe, PQC ready, PQC compliant, and maybe like you have for television
XG ready and stuff like that. So yes, there will be stages, and people are working towards it. I hope similar activities are being undertaken in other countries also. So to begin with, so Indian Secured Trust, the PKI landscape. India has a strong trust backbone built on the basis of PKI. PKI in India is governed by the IT Act 2000, and controller of CCA under the Ministry of Electronics and IT, which is called AT in short, is the regulatory body for the PKI in India. PKI trust services are operated by 20 plus service providers under the National PKI program. So I think the presentation given by Mr. Vijay yesterday was updated. It's 22 plus. So this was when this presentation was made at Pune. So India has one of the largest user base for e-signed transactions. 10 million plus active long-lived certificates enabling billions of transactions every day. So these are the DSC certificates which may be used for the servers also, doing machine signing. So number of signatures are happening every day, and 400 million plus short-lived certificates, which is e-sign transactions under the Digital India program. So this is now 450 million plus. India has a legal validity to these signatures, which is admissible under the court of law, and this is equivalent to the wet signatures. India conforms to global practices on PKI, making it at par for Reliance in other major countries in the world. As far as adoption across the industry, India has a vast implementation of e-signature ecosystem on which the country's digital public infrastructure relies. E-signature establishes the remote trust, enabling the organization to trust a digital transaction with zero human intervention. So these are synchronous transactions. So these are the transactions which are synchronous in nature, and these the transactions between the entities are digitally signed with a verified identity of the signer. So we take consent and we authenticate the person and take his consent, making such transactions to be executed instantaneously without any moderation or back-end manual processing required. Such remote trust has enabled complete digitization of several use cases like tax filing, e-procurement, banking, among various others. The new age use case like UPI, Unified Payment Interface, Aadhaar authentications, and other DPI initiatives are able to perform transactions within a few seconds due to remote trust established by trusted digital signature at each stage. There may be multiple signatures happening, and such transactions are not being altered, or no backend activity. Recognition of e-signatures within India. The uniform recognition and acceptance of e-signatures is made via National PKI framework established by the regulator. This has been achieved by the way of setting up of uniform regulations, standards, policies, and procedures. The system is standardized and operated in an effective and trustable model, which has become a large use case of it. System is standardized, standardized and operated in an effective and trustable model, which has become a large use case for intra-country recognition and adoption of PKI digital certificates. The transparent ecosystem, which is proactive, adoption of PKI-based digital certificates by business and applications across country with least intervention by the government. Legal admissibility of these signatures make it more reliable for public and private applications to voluntarily adopt the PKI framework and use it for their e-authentication and e-signature requirements. As far as foreign CA regulations in India is concerned, we have got two regulations, a set of two regulations. One where the PKI authority is comparable to that of India and is operated in a hierarchical manner, and the other is where it is not such a system, where you have simply CAs there and nothing like CCA. So recognition of foreign CAs, a CA operated under a regulatory authority is similar to our system. Foreign CA operating under the PKI authority comparable to that in India. Recognition of foreign CA is based on principle of reliability and reciprocity. The recognition is required that foreign CA should have been established under the laws of the country. Recognition requires equivalent level of reliability. So how we authenticate the person that is being issued. So if we have a biometric based authentication, how the other country is doing that. The foreign regulatory authority accords similar recognition to controller and certifying authorities licensed under the Act. CCA India has entered into MOU with each recognized regulatory authority. So in this case, the first case, it is regulatory authority to regulatory authority. In the second case, where a CA is not operating under a regulatory authority, any foreign CA can apply to the controller for recognition. It may require to submit a certificate practice statement. The statement of purpose and scope of anticipated digital signature technology management or operations to be outsourced. Certified copies of business registration and license of foreign CA authority that intends to be recognized. Audit report of the infrastructure, maintenance of local office. So they need to have a local office here. Fees is USD $25,000 and performance bond is of $10 million. Issuance of recognition will happen. Maybe fees is too high. Moving towards the mutual recognition. India has put forward the proposal for mutual recognition with other countries. Has proposed creation of mutual recognition framework with G20 member countries as well as the invited countries. This was presented in Pune. A presentation was also made in the G7 event. India proposes to create a framework with reciprocal in nature, which gives way for mutual recognition of e-signed documents, mutual recognition of business contracts, and mutual recognition of import-export. The proposed mutual recognition framework is essential for enabling secure and interoperable communication in today's globalized world by promoting trust and security, reducing complexity and cost, and increasing interoperability. The framework provides a standardization environment for proposal and overview along with the draft agreement. This envisages an idea of establishing trust based on fundamentals of PKI with equivalent level of reliability and also established under the laws of a country. Country has to publish their root trust anchor or a trusted seal. countries shall ensure that they have an active and compliant national PKI framework. Countries shall demonstrate their compliance via globally accepted practice, web-based IFC. Technical and operational framework for recognition shall also be established by the country. So these scheme documents are available at our website, cca.gov.in. All the documents are there. To conclude, cross-border recognition of digital transactions will make easy way for globalization of digital public infrastructure initiatives. With proven model of secure remote trust, public key infrastructure plays a crucial foundational layer to move towards the global mutual recognition. We appreciate the idea of digital free flow of trust demonstrated by Japan in this direction. We will be happy to work with other countries to progress towards the proposed mutual recognition framework. We also invite countries to take part in the initiative so that we can work towards a safe and secure information exchange and build a secure digital world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for a wonderful presentation, how India is driving the mutual recognition agenda. I invite Mr. Scott Ria to felicitate the speaker, please. Next agenda item is on the mutual recognition and also demonstration of the pilot what Mr. Arvind Kumar and Mr. Kanati mentioned about what we did with EU and Japan. So we'll have a very small demonstration. These are with pre-recorded videos, so there is no presentation. After that, we also have a pre-recorded video from Professor Satoru Tezuka from Japan, who would be speaking about the Japan's initiative on DUFFT. So can we have the first video, please? This introduces the mutual recognition initiative.
India, with its G20 presidency of 2023, propagated the theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. In the G20 meeting held in Pune in June 2023, Indian regulator, Controller of Certifying Authorities, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, introduced a framework for mutual recognition of digital transactions. The proposal invites G20 countries, as well as other countries across the world, to participate and advance the framework to promote trust in borderless transactions. CCA Mr. Arvind Kumar, along with the delegates from Japan, Kenya, and Asia PKI Consortium, launched this proposal in the presence of delegates across the world. Mr. Arvind Kumar spoke on the importance of uniform regulations in trust services and highlighted how Indian regulations permit entering MOUs with other countries.
Under the national PKI framework, which is regulated under the IT Act, this has been achieved by way of setting up just uniform regulations and standards and policies. We have created number of regulations and policies under the PKI framework. So such countries where they have a system of regulations, the hierarchical systems, we can always do a kind of MOU which is enabled under the regulations, and we can have exchange of digital signatures under that.
Professor Satoru Tezuka from Japan spoke on participation of multiple countries into such an initiative.
Other countries, G20 countries, and more bigger, the worldwide levels to discuss that INP slide.
Mr. Vijay Kumar from eMudra introduced Asia PKI Consortium.
So I also represent from Asia PK Consortium, chaired by India, eMudra, Mr. Srinivasan. He chairs this consortium. We are a group of about 11 countries now, and these countries work together to make PK adoption successful in the region.
Mr. Vijay Kumar, representing Asia PKI Consortium, spoke on the importance of need to go borderless in digital transactions.
As we saw paperless, presenceless, cashless, we have to move borderless. That's when, assume a UPI transaction should be accepted by other countries, there should be the security layer, the trust layer established between the countries, and that's where this mutual recognition will come into picture.
Honorable Minister of Ministry of Information, Malloy, Mr. Kalomishwa, expressed positive views on need for mutual recognition and India's efforts towards the same.
I'm excited at the mention of the thought of going borderless. We have been engulfed, or rather fragmented, by these borders, these physical borders, which sometimes become mental borders as well. And it is my hope that, and I believe the hope of many, that digitalization will help us to break those borders. The launch of PKI Mutual Recognition Initiative by India is fantastic. And congratulations.
Thank you.
And also the strides that are being made by other countries. Japan is making its own strides.
With the remarkable launch of the mutual recognition subject, India, under the guidance of Mr. Arvind Kumar, CCA, continued its efforts to discuss with several other countries, including Indonesia, Vietnam, South Korea, Japan, European Commission, Brazil, and several others. India also joined a pilot program with European Commission and Japan towards one of the operational model of mutual recognition using certificate trust list. India also organized a PKI International Conference in September 2023, where the delegates from European Consortium, South Korea, Malaysia and Asia PKI Consortium deliberated on the subject of mutual recognition and its areas of importance. Under the chairmanship of Mr. Srinivasan, Asia PKI Consortium has extended. PKI Consortium continues to be the facilitator of the subject to make digital transactions borderless.
So that summarizes Indian initiative. Thanks to CC office for this initiative, and we would be happy to work together on that. Now we'll look into how the pilot is going on with European Commission and Japan on trusting the digital transaction in the countries. So we'll go with second video, please.
Has launched its proposed framework for mutual recognition of digital signatures under the umbrella of G20 Forum during Pune event in June 2023. The Regulator's Office, the Controller of Certifying Authorities, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India has been discussing with its counterparts in various other countries towards progressing on this important subject. With its continued emphasis on progressing forward, India also joined a pilot program on operational aspects of mutual recognition of digital signatures with European Commission and Japan. This pilot program includes the operational layer of European standards of certificate trust list-based recognition of inter-country digital signatures. This also includes Japanese initiative of data free flow with trust DFFT, a concept also presented in G7 Forum in 2023. Asia PKI Consortium facilitated and anchored active participation in this pilot, with support and guidance of Japan as the government agency, CCOM, as the trust service provider, and Hitachi as a digital invoicing use case. European Commission filled the multiple roles to enable this pilot at all layers. Professor Tezuka from Keio University chaired the discussions all the way to drive the operational model. Asia PKI Consortium acted as the facilitator for this pilot, mainly from Indian side. GLAIF represents the invoice signing use case, where one country supplier sends a digitally signed invoice to another country. The recipient organization validates the invoice based on the trust service architecture set up in this pilot program. To start with, let us do an invoice signing. We see an Indian company is invoicing to an European company in this case. We go to the next step and see the invoice details populated. We see the signature provider as well as the signing entity. We proceed to perform seal, and then we have the signed invoice ready. In this signed invoice, we see the invoice details, and at the bottom we see the digital signature in the form of e-seal affixed. Now let us go to verification part, where we select the signed invoice. Once we proceed with validation, a validation report is generated. In the validation report, we see the signature validation results. In addition to normal validation, it also has results of trust list validation. Here it has Indian trust list from which the information is verified. The TSP details are also present. eMudra is shown as the TSP validated from signature and the trust list. And at the bottom, we have the LEI information verified. In similar fashion, we here have an invoice from a Japanese company invoice to Europe. We now see a validation report, where the validation results are present. The trust list validation results in this report mentioned about use of Japanese trust list, internally referring to a domestic Japanese trust list containing the list of accepted TSPs. CCOM is shown as the TSP validated from signature and the trust list. At the bottom, there is LEI validation results. In this case, LEI is not part of the signature certificate. Now, let us see an invoice made by an European company shown as from Portugal. This is also digitally signed using an e-seal. Now when we see the validation report, the results are verified from European list of the list LOTL at the bottom. This pilot has now reached a stage where the technical operational model has been successfully demonstrated and is undergoing review of various technicalities and reporting. This can be one of the strong form of achieving cross-border mutual recognition of digital signatures when adopted, can make significant impact towards borderless digital transactions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So this is a successful demonstration of an operational element of mutual recognition. We have very interesting sessions coming forward. One is I have a pre-recorded video from Professor Satoshi Tezuka, which I'll play now. After that, we have Director General Zama-san joining from Japan, Tokyo. And then we really have very interesting session from Mr. Tollis. He'll be talking more on the trust list, what we saw here. So we'll have the next video, please.
I am Satoru Tezuka of Keio University in Japan. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this Asia PKI International Symposium. I am very honored to present to you about the status of international mutual recognition for trust service infrastructure between India, EU, and Japan. Mutual recognition. In 2019, Japan's late former Prime Minister Abe declared Japan's idea of DFFT, which is data free flow with trust, for the first time in the world at the World Economic Forum in Davos. This photo shows the late Prime Minister Abe at the time. His idea was that DFFT will be the most important issue for the new economy deriving in the fourth international revolution and Society 5.0. Based on this idea, Japan and the EU Commission conducted a demonstration for international mutual recognition for achieving the DFFT as a G7 registered ministerial meeting in April this year. Then, India proposed to spread the same idea to other G20 countries. As a result, a joint project between Japan, EU Commission, and India has started in May. We are having online meetings almost every week since then. Now, I will explain what international mutual recognition is and why electronic authentication, electronic signature are necessary. We can think of cyberspace as consisting of data, people, organizations, and things. To prevent tampering of data, electronic signature are used. To prevent spoofing of people, organizations, and things, electronic authentication is used. And when doing these in an international translation, there are differences of legislation among countries and regions. So, it is important to develop a method to absorb the differences. That method is what international mutual recognition is about. The international mutual recognition for trust service infrastructure is a three-layer architecture. From the top, there are three layers: the trust application service layer, the trust data distribution layer, and the trust service layer. The trust application service layer is for the input-output of data and also the utilization of data. The trust data distribution layer is for exchanging data securely with entities. The trust service layer is for ensuring trust by pre-recognition. First, we must have equal footing of electronic signature and electronic authentication in each country and region. It is then that we can achieve international mutual recognition for the first time. In order to achieve this, all four pillars must be on equal footing. The first pillar is legislation, the second is accreditation, the third is technical standard, and the fourth is trust anchor chain. Of course, of these legislation and accreditation are negotiated among government, while technical standard and trust anchor chain are being promoted among private sectors. As shown in this table, we recognize that our biggest challenge is to absorb the differences in each country and region and achieving equal footing. To this end, all countries and regions will have together for good communication to discuss and establish in the future. I believe that one of the ways to do this is to use the G7 and the G20 framework. I visited the government of India in June to initiate the pilot project of India, EU Commission, and Japan for international mutual recognition. We completed a scoping document like this by India, the EU Commission, and Japan. We are having weekly plenary and technical meeting alternatively between India, EU Commission, and Japan. India, as a host country of G20, has required G20 members to discuss international mutual recognition as a theme for the G20 digital ministerial meeting. Japan, as the host country of G7, will cooperate with India and the EU Commission about establishing international mutual recognition as a major strategy of G7 and G20 and make efforts to achieve its global expansion as fast as possible. We are fully committed to this objective. I believe it was quite epoch-making that we have conducted demonstration in a joint project with the EU Commission. We are very grateful that India is joining in this project and conducting the demonstration. We very much appreciate your cooperation and the efforts and hope that this project will lead to the global expansion of international mutual recognition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we move on to the next agenda item and very important presentation from Japanese side. Can we switch to online, please? We have Mr. Toshiyuki Zama, Director General Digital Agency Japan, joining us from Tokyo. He will deliver his address online. And sir, you may please feel free to present yourself, or if you want us to present, please let us know.
I hope you can hear me well. Hello?
Hello, we are able to hear you. Thank you.
Hey. Good afternoon to everyone. Toshiyuki Zanmai, Director General Digital Agency, as I introduced. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share the actual situation status of the Japanese government regarding to the trust services. I'd like to express the current status of the trust services in Japan and also share our progress for the mutual recognition. In the first slide, I'd like to express about the framework of the trust services in Japan. But I think it's very common for everyone. We are thinking a trust service framework is from the 4 pillars. One is electronic signature, second is timestamp, and the third is e-seal, and the fourth is e-delivery. I don't want to use my time to explain details because this is very common things. I will talk about this point. We are now focusing on the electronic signature. So the reason is for electronic signatures, there is an accreditation system based on the law. For timestamp, a non-legal accreditation system began in 2021. And in order for the companies to store the accounting documents in electronic format, they must be time-stamped by the accredited certificated authority. As for e-seal, a study group started just this September and is currently discussing the creation of the accreditation system. E-delivery has not yet been specifically discussed. Originally, the Ministry of the Internal Affairs and Communications was in charge of the trust services, but after the digital agency was established in September 2021, the digital agency is in charge of the electronic signature. That is why today I will mainly talk about electronic signature. In the next slide, I'm explaining about our act on electronic signature and certification business, which we call the shorting e-signature act. So this was put into effect on April 1, 2001, and it says an electronic document is presumed to be duly executed by the signatory if an e-signature which can be created only by the signatory is affixed that was written in the Article 3. Under the Japanese law, in the principle, contracts are valid as long as the parties reach an agreement. So this is our first place to start. So that is why we are not very much clear about the for the contract. And the originally, so under the core of the civil document is a signed physical document is presumed to be duly executed. However, for the physical document, which means paper documents, there is the rule in the law states that if a document is signed, it is presumed to have been properly executed. Therefore, Article 3 of the E-Signature Act requires the similar rule for the electronic signature, which can be created only by the co-signer. In the E-Signature Act, an electronic signature is defined such as such, as you can see. And here's a definition of the e-signature under the E-Signature Act. A measure taken with respect to inform the record in an electronic record which satisfied the two requirements as set out below. One is the e-signature is affixed on the certain electronic data in order to express that the data was made by the person who has affixed such e-signature. And the second thing is it can be verified that the content of the data has not been modified after such e-signature was affixed. So that is our definition. And this, as you can see, there is no technical requirement, but only the e-signature that can be created only by the co-signer and covered by the Article 3. And the next is the accreditation system. CAs that meet some requirement can be accredited by the government. They need to be assessed by the conformity assessment body every year for the accreditation. While some government system only accepted accredited electronic signatures, they can still provide services and be covered by the Article 3 without accreditation. We are currently working considering the criteria for the accreditation of remote e-signature service providers. So that is our activity on this area. And at this moment, we have 10 CA accredited and 1 CB designing, which we call the GPDoc. And this, as I mentioned, the CA accreditation is not mandatory to provide the services or have the reward effect. And the lastly, so in Japan, Japan started to use a mutual authentication model through the bridge CA. There is the government PKI, and which is also the bridging between the CAs, which has the mutual authenticated with the accreditation CAs and the other CAs. That is the current situation of the trust services in Japan. And we are now started to move forward to extend this mutual accreditation model, the mutual authentication model between the CAs, including the international discussions. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm very happy to keep in touch with you and to contribute to this very positive work internationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zama-san. Mr. Toshiyuki Zama, Director General, Digital Agency, Government of Japan. I think he covered very well on the entire structure of how Japanese trust model is working and how their domestic ecosystem is. Thank you very much. Very insightful presentation. Thanks for joining and making time to present this. Thank you. Now we move on to
Thank
our
you.
next presenter, Mr. Tolis from European Commission. He has been with the architecture of trust list model among several other works. He is also founder of list of trust lists, which is an important subject when it comes to trusting between countries, mutual recognition. Over to you, Mr. Tolis.
Good morning, everybody. Kalimera. My name is Apostolos Tolis Apladas. Everybody in the industry call me Tolis, or know me as Tolis. And I'm working in European Commission, and among other files, I'm in charge of delivering the signature building block. The signature program of the European Commission The signature program of the European Commission was founded several years ago in order to boost the adoption of the electronic signatures in Europe, and also to set up the foundation in several aspects: the technical aspects, the operational aspects, the policy, and the legislation. So the signature of the European Commission is composed of 6 main components: the digital signature software, the so-called TSS library. It's an open source library which everybody can download it. It's freely distributable, and actually several qualified trust service providers in Europe are using this piece of software because it's a reference implementation offered by the European Commission in order to build your own electronic signing platform on top of this reference implementation. We also managed to, the past 2 years, to create a new digital portal of the EIDAS dashboard. The EIDAS dashboard is consisting and unifies actually and centralizes several digital e-signature and EID building blocks, technical enablers that are already existing tools or new tools, so as to foster the collaboration among the member states and be also the trust anchor for the validation of the electronic signatures. In the EIDAS dashboard, you will find the European Union list of trusted lists. You will also find the interinstitutional trusted list. This is a very, very new development. Just before the summer of 2023, we managed in publishing in the EIDAS dashboard the certificates that the PKIs of the European Parliament, European Council, and European Commission are issuing for the purpose, for instance, of electronic signatures in this digital portal, the EIDAS dashboard. So this means practically that if you receive a document by the European Parliament and is signed by one of the certificates or issued by the European Parliament, you do have the means to point to us that direction, to that trust anchor, and validate this electronic signature and authenticate the source and the origin and the integrity of the document. We also have the Trusted List browser, where everybody can see across the globe which are per country the trust service providers, qualified trust service providers, and the trust services that they offer. And we also have several other things. The TL Manager, this is something, the Trust List Manager is something that is used by the member states in order to compile their trusted list, which perhaps you might already know, they have an XML format. So this is a tool to make their life easier. And the biggest element that I would like to focus today is the last one, the third country's trust list program of the European Commission. Today in European Union, we have more than 240 qualified trust service providers. Our DSS library has been downloaded more than 45,000 times. today, because this data is as of March, but today we have more than 50,000 downloads of the DSS library, and experiment and see how this open source software can be utilized by you in order to save you tremendous time, and at the same time to be compliant with the standards that we use in Europe, so as to be prepared for the ultimate recognition, mutual recognition between the unions, European Union's digital trust services and the trust service offered by the third countries, your countries. Performance checks. This is something that actually it's a very, very important pillar of our security and our guarantee of interoperability across the services offered inside the member states, inside our union. This is a collaboration of the European Commission with ETSI, the European Telecommunications Standardization Institute that we have in Europe. ETSI is also the institute that is issuing all of these standards around electronic signatures, and not only, they are doing a lot of other things as well. But today we're focusing on the electronic signatures domain. And we host this performance checker, so whoever is offering an electronic signing platform, in order to test the compliance to the latest standards, we have this performance checker, and we twice per year we launch performance checking campaigns. The European Commission's Third Countries Trust List Program. This is the program that was announced on February 2023, and actually everything started with collaboration with Japan. At that time, it was the international pilot for the international compatibility of trust services, and as Mr. Arvind Kumar mentioned earlier this morning, Professor Tezuka as well, we have been very keen on collaborating with India and Japan via digital partnerships in order to conclude a mutual recognition of the digital trust services that are offered in our countries and your countries. So at the end of the day, we started with a national pilot compatibility program, but I managed, after working on 2 years on this domain, to frame everything under the Third Countries Trust List. It's a program that offers a streamlined and well-defined way onboarded on this program, and also find, and now we'll use my microphone, and also find the way, an easy way and an easy path and a fast track actually on aligning their trust services with the European ones. We have the EIDAS dashboard that I mentioned before, and the EIDAS dashboard is the source of information for the documentation that we have over there, which is the document repository that I mentioned on the last bullet point. We have all the material available in the EIDAS dashboard, and the EIDAS dashboard offers a lot of other tools. As I mentioned before, the e-signature validation databases, the EIDAS list, notification tools, etc., etc. For the Third Countries Trust List program, by the way, we have created some technical facilities. So we have a list of trusted lists, a test PKI, a sample electronic signatures, and a DSS library that is going to be used in order to test the integration, and is going to be your companion on the integration of your trust services with our trust services, and mutual recognition between the trust services of the Union and your country. The Article 14 of the EIDAS regulation that we have as of today, because 2 weeks ago there is an agreement in principle between the European Parliament, the European Council, and the European Commission on the EIDAS 2.0. The EIDAS 2.0 is replacing Article 14 of the EIDAS regulation, but for the time being, we still have the Article 14 of the EIDAS regulation, which is a dedicated article for the international recognition of digital trust services. So, and actually, there is a close list of 9 types of European Union's qualified trust service provider and the qualified trust services that they offer. Just to name a few, it's the provision of for e-signatures, e-seals, website of dedication certificates, the notorious QWAX that everybody knows there is a big hype as we speak for the moment, etc., etc. So because this is going to be changed hopefully in 2024 by the IDAS 2.0, I'm not going to go in further details, but the reason for replacing Article 14 of the IDAS regulation, the existing IDAS regulation, is that it's a very, very lengthy and heavyweight process. I'm talking about 3 years' time in order to conclude and have the signatures on a piece of paper between the union and the third country. So this is something that it was not efficient and should change. And this is what we are doing now. However, the mutual recognition between the union and the third country will go through all of these phases, from the preparatory phase to the mutual recognition agreement termination. So we have the preparatory phase, we have the engaging process and assessment, the detailed mutual assessments, the preparation of the mutual recognition agreement, the signing of it, the execution, the monitoring, and ultimately the termination. And the European Commission, as of today, is providing guidance and technical assistance for the first phase, the preparatory phase. In order to the European Commission to conclude to a mutual recognition with on the digital trust services between the Union and third countries, we have to do our work in these pillars. On the right-hand side, you see the AI-DAS pyramid of trust, or pyramid of trust, depending on who is pronouncing it. Huh? So the foundation of this pyramid is the best practices and standards based on the supporting tools and the signature building block. We have the qualified trust service providers and the qualified trust services legal provisions. We have the supervision notic model, and we also have the trusted lists at the tip of this pyramid. So for the time being, together with India, we're working in several pillars, but ultimately, what we are going to achieve for the time being is the alignment and the configuration of the trust list between the Union and the Indian trust scheme. And later on, as soon as we conclude on everything, technically speaking, everything is going to go to our governments in order to find and reach an agreement regarding the legal aspects and the legal context equivalence that we see over there. The first country that actually onboarded on the third country's trusted list program was Ukraine. You might already know that in Europe's border we have an ongoing war with Ukraine, and we had several Ukrainian refugees entering the European member states, and we had to find a way to easier their lives in terms of identifying themselves and using their own electronic signatures, because in Ukraine they had developed very extensively actually the electronic identity scheme and the electronic signatures via the trust services in their territory. They called it qualified trust service, but because they're outside Europe and not part of the other regulation, qualified trust service is a bit debatable, let's say, as a word. So what we did with Ukraine, first of all, we received a formal request by the Ukrainian government for recognizing the Ukrainian qualified electronic signatures, EIDAS advanced electronic signatures, and also allowed authentication of Ukrainian citizens in EU member state services. We're going to focus on the left-hand side about the electronic signatures and the technical implementation that the European Commission finalized and concluded for the Ukrainian authorities. Bear in mind that we didn't use Article 14 for the international recognition of and mutual recognition of at the qualified level. We based ourselves on Article 27, paragraph 1 of the IDAS regulation for the electronic signatures in public services. So the essence of this objective was to provide the technical means for the member states to facilitate the validation of electronic signatures originating from Ukraine, and to provide an equivalence between the Ukrainian so-called qualified electronic signatures with the advanced electronic signatures level that we have in the European Union. And in order to do that, we hosted for the first time the third countries advanced electronic signatures list of trusted lists for member states on a voluntary basis, I repeat myself, to download and authenticate the Ukrainian trusted list and validate the Ukrainian electronic signatures as EIDAS advanced electronic signatures by using the machine processable MRA element. What is the MRA element? The MRA element is a new technical specification that the European Commission proposed and announced 2 years ago, and it's the Mutual Recognition Agreement technical specification. Today we are in the version 2.2 of this technical specification, and this is the element that is used inside the XML structure of the trusted list. And of course, we have updated the open source library, which is called DSS, and we offer a validation policy for everybody that would like to process these Ukrainian trust services and electronic signatures so as to be able to come up to a result. Here is very briefly what is the MRA element construct. So you see in the highlighted part what is the insertion inside the XML structure of the trusted list that the Ukrainian authorities are using. And actually, it is similar to the EU Extended Economic Area list of trusted lists, but includes the MRA element when pointing to a third country's trusted list. So basically, whoever is interested to know more about that, we have a lot more information about this, but due to the sake of time that I have today, I'm not going to go into more details. Huh? So this is the result, though, and this is something that we're very proud of, because at the end of the day, we have from the European Union level the third country of these from the Ukrainian side and the European Union side via the new version of the DSS validation tool. It produces this validation report, and if you see in this validation report, at the top level, the qualification is an advanced electronic signature. And I have to make a parenthesis here. This third country status slot is sealed with the qualified sealing certificate of the European Commission. This means that the European Commission has conducted all the necessary assessments, and it's the fourth bullet point over there, because we conducted the technical assessment following an extensive collaboration of 4 months with the Ukrainian counterparts from the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine in order to make sure that they use all the technical standards, ethics standards, and not only that the QTSPs are using in Europe. So as soon as we had this reassurance that the policies, the practices, the technical standards that they are using in Ukraine are the ones that we use in Europe, then we concluded with a technical assessment, and this is why we decided that these authorities in Ukraine are actually do not differ from what we have in Europe. So this is why we decided to stamp this third country status lottery, which includes a Ukrainian trust list, the trust service providers, and the trust service that they are offering, because we consider them as a high quality, let's say, advanced electronic signatures. Because an advanced electronic signature can be a signature based on a certificate produced from IPC, but that's not something that I can rely on, at least myself. And by the way, we also have the DSS 5.11.1, as of 5.11.1, that supports everything. And we have the signature applicability rules, that all of this material, by the way, is in the eidas.ec.europa.eu website. It's the EIDAS portal that you can find all of this information in order to start reading what can be done. And now we'll close my presentation with the EU Digital Identity Wallet. The wallet is the EIDAS 2.0. EIDAS 2.0 is focusing on the European digital identity, and has certain other provisions about the electronic signatures, electronic identity cards, etc., etc., etc. But the spearhead of the EIDAS 2.0 is the EU Digital Identity Wallet. So what is the EU Digital Identity Wallet? First of all, it's going to be free for use by all citizens of the EU. It's going to be accepted throughout the Union, and it's going to be secure and privacy-oriented. I'm letting you take some pictures. So the wallet will offer to all the European citizens, or to all the EU residents, to be more precise, identification. It's going to disclose identity data required for accessing public and private services, but this disclosure is going to be very transparent. Everybody will know which information, at least in Europe, that they are using this kind of wallets, they will know which information was transmitted to whom, for which purpose, and the duration of maintaining this information. So all of these things that we have today in on internet, that we have no idea where is our private data and who is using them, this is going to stop. It's also going to be to be used for storage and presentation of attestation of attributes. I will come into the next slide about that. And then it's going to also be able to sign and seal electronically via the wallet. For instance, to sign an employment contract, to start a new job, authorize a payment, or to sign an insurance policy, or to enroll to a municipality in Europe, etc., etc. So what is the electronic attestations? Documents go digital. This is the electronic attestations in our terminology in Europe, and I presume that you are familiar with terminology because we didn't invent this terminology in Europe. So identity cards, medical prescription, bank account information, university diplomas, driving licenses, professional certificates, travel credentials, and business registrations, all of these are considered to be electronic attestations, which are going to be inside the EU wallets. So how does the wallet work? First of all, these are the main actors. We have the member states that they are going to mandate IT providers to implement their wallets, because each member state will have its own wallet. So each member state will ask some providers, please implement me a wallet, based on the open source reference architecture that we have concluded with the member states and is agreed from the Council and the Parliament. The users, the wallet users, are going to download and configure their wallet instance, and we will have the attestation issuers that they will issue these electronic attestations. To give you an example, that might be a university that will issue a diploma. That might be a hospital that will issue a health record, a medical record of one user. And we have the relying parties that are going to ask for this information. So if I'm just going to recap very fast, governments are going to talk to the private market, issue or create a wallet according to the specifications that were agreed among the member states. Our citizens or residents are going to configure their wallet or set up their wallets. They are going to request data from the attestation issuers, like the diploma or driving license or health records, medical records, etc., etc. And all of these are going to be there for the relying parties to be invoked. There will not be one digital identity wallet. I said that before. We have one set of open source specifications. What is the one set of open source specifications? Is what we call ARF, Architectural Reference Framework. This is available online. Everybody can take these open source specifications and build their own wallet, by the way. And each member state will, as the picture depicts, many different wallets will exist in the European Union, but we have this already in place. We have a Greek wallet, we have an Estonian wallet, we have a Belgian wallet, but these wallets are not interoperable. Just to give you an example, in my Greek wallet, I have my driver's license and my Greek identity card, but if I will be stopped by a police officer in Belgium and I display from my wallet my driver's license, this is not recognizable today. And this is what we want to solve. And this is what we want to solve not only inside Europe, we will start with Europe, but our vision in European Commission is to have interoperable wallets across the globe. As we will have in the near future interoperable services across the globe, and I'm talking about, for the time being, the mutual recognition of qualified trust service and qualified electronic signatures. We have already the Ukrainian authorities in the third country status level. We are going to be extremely pleased to see the Indian trust service providers members of the third country status level, and the Japanese trust service providers and their trust services as members of the third country status level. That will be the first step, the stepping stone towards the new era. The new era is the wallet. The wallet ecosystem, I think, is the last slide. This one, the European institutions are part of the regulation of the wallet. We have the governmental bodies, the national administrations, the data protection authorities, the conformity assessment bodies. We have the relying parties, who are public and private organizations, for instance, a bank that will ask you, or a company like, I don't want to name a company now and make a promotion, but a private company, the host of our event today, for instance, that they would like to recruit someone. They will push a notification, make a push notification to the wallet of Tolis that he's in Greece, for instance, or in Luxembourg. Tolis, we want to hire you. Send us your diploma, send us your certificate of career. 10 days before coming to show up for my job, I will pass by the human resources desk in this company, just sign my papers, my contract of employment, and I will start working. So it's going to be a tremendous value to speed up all of these business workflows, and not to mention that if I'm, as an individual, going to have such an opportunity to fast track all of these administrative burden, imagine the scale of B2B workflows, where they're circulating millions or even billions of dollars, euros, whatever you name it. So this is the last slide. So the benefits, as I mentioned before, I briefly mentioned them already in my speech about the citizens, the governments, the lying parts in the society. The citizens will be, they will have tremendous access, easy access to public and private services. It will be very easy to sign digital documents, protect their personal data, and simplify their paperwork and administration. And the governments, governmental-wise, they will have the ability to improve access to digital service and enhance the fraud protection and boost the security. The relying parties, like the private companies, for instance, as I mentioned, the banks or even the private hospitals, they will improve the security and the privacy. The cost efficiency gains will be tremendous through a single set of specifications. And society in general will have more transactions conducted fully online. Believe me, I hate queuing in order to do a simple task or even to receive a physical stamp on my passport. So I'm really eager to see these things happening online. So thank you very much for your attendance and your interest to my presentation. The wallet is coming, a lot of other things are coming, and I'm really honored to be here. And thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Please be on stage for a while. He saved actually 10 minutes of for the session time, so we can take few questions if anyone has some questions to Borderless. Can we have one more mic, please?
So I saw that in the third party trust list, currently you've done the implementation for Ukraine. And I noticed, though, that the translation of their services was only at advanced and not a qualified certificate. Is the intention for, say, the upcoming ones that we're working on with, say, Japan and India, will they have full qualified certificate equivalency, or is there always going to be some intention of, a translation across there that might not reach the highest levels of assurance?
To be honest, I don't believe that any party would like to do job for nothing. So the third country status slotty is a stepping stone towards a mutual recognition. As I mentioned before, legally speaking, this is the only element that is missing. In order, because technically speaking, the engineers from all of the countries can find the solutions very fast, very easily. We speak the same vocabulary, and we can do whatever is needed to be done in a very fast and efficient way. So what I'm pretty sure all of you know, the biggest bottleneck in this process is the agreement at the legal level, at the political level. So what we have done with the third countries at this level is that we prepared Ukraine, and this is what we're doing with India and Japan. We prepare India and Japan through our bi-weekly collaboration to align at the technical level our ecosystems so as to be ready, first of all, to be part of the third countries at the slot, but also to be ready soon there is a political agreement reached and signed on paper. It's going to be just one change on the value in this XML document. So instead of advanced, the Q sustaining will be qualified. That's it. So because we know that at the political level we're going to delay, we do all the preparatory work beforehand, and it's also a very good input and feedback towards our governments, towards our politicians. Look, we have everything ready. It's up to you now to take the political decision, pull the trigger, sign up the document, and the next day it's going to be qualified. Exactly. And we're not going to have a separate third countries list of trusted list. We have the European Union list of trusted list, and Ukraine, and India, and Japan. As soon as we have this mutual recognition signed, they're going to be part of this list together with Belgium, Germany, Italy, Greece, etc., etc.
Thank you. Any more questions? We still have like 5 minutes.
Yeah, don't be shy. Still have 5 minutes.
Nothing? Then okay, we have.
It's like an auction.
Yeah, I'm from Taiwan. I also study MI actually, try to using it in Taiwan. But in previous, Japan's speaker talked about CAB, but in his presentation, he says CAB is not really necessary in Japan. But I wondering in the European, the framework, does the actually CAB conformity assessment bodies required for the accreditation purpose for CA?
This is a very good question. For the time being, we never tackled this topic because we're focusing on the technical alignment, technical debates, let's say, on the specifications that should be used and to reach an agreement at the technical level. However, as you might have seen in the pyramid of trust of the IDOS regulation, we pay tremendous value on the integrity of the private entities that are operating in the European territory, because we have more than 240 companies that issue certificates, they provide electronic signing services, validation services, etc., etc. So it's really important to have a very robust system of peer auditing with the conformity assessment reports, conformity assessment bodies, supervisory bodies, etc., etc. So our job, because in European Commission we have several directorates that are, each of them has its own mandate. The mandate of my directorate, the IT, is in charge of concluding at the technical level these discussions and provide directorate on what will be the minimum, at least from our point of view, cybersecurity-wise, security-wise, etc., etc., accepted or acceptable. So for the time being, I cannot tell you or guess what's going to be the outcome, but definitely it should be a robust implementation from any third country that would like to ultimately reach the qualified level of the mutual recognition status. Now, if it's going to be the exact same governance in place in that third country or not, it's something that I don't know, but most likely this discussion is going to be warmed up heavily in 2024 because we finalize as we speak, especially with the Indian government and companies, the technical work to be done. So I presume 6 months' time, all of these discussions are going to be very much on the table for everybody.
And second question is more like technical part, because when you talk about in European, the wallet, digital wallet is next phase for EIDAS. But how does the in EU's framework combining the identity and the e-signature into the wallet?
Very good question. The wallet is going to be a very strong entitlement for each of the citizens what's resident in the European Union. So every wallet will be linked to a unique identifier. Most likely will be based on the electronic identity cards that we have in Europe. So first of all, we guarantee the identity of the person who is using that wallet. And of course, there are several other two-factor authentication mechanisms or other authentication mechanisms in order to secure that indeed it's that person that claims to be that has access to this wallet. And with the sign part that is going to be offered by the wallet, this is going to be done with remote signatures. We have a lot of service providers in Europe that offer remote signing services. DSS library that I mentioned before, we have received a request past week actually to provide the mobile version of the DSS library to be installed in the mobile phones of our users, of our citizens, I'm sorry, so as to offer remote signing services. So we will combine both the electronic identity means that we have in Europe with the remote signing services that we also have in Europe, but of course there are in every other place in the world already happening.
Thank you very much. With that, we conclude this wonderful session from Mr. Tolis. May I request Mr. Ashish Banati from Government of India to do the honors of presenting a memento to him, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay, now we break for lunch. Lunch is served right, I think here. Yeah, but I think it would be too crowded. So that's why the foreign delegates and the speakers we have arranged and the place. So Murugan will be guiding. So the person in the blue shirt there, so he'll be guiding the foreign delegates, Asia PK members, and the speakers. Please join us for lunch in another area. Murugan will take the rest. All lunch is ready now. Yeah, we're good for lunch. We will meet back in 60 minutes. Thank you. Let's start with, and I think people outside, please come and take your seats. 30 seconds. Okay, 30 seconds. We'll come and I'm sure people will join. Our next speaker is Mr. Santosh, Deputy Director from Bureau of Indian Standards. So, over to you, please.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Vijay, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Myself, Dharamsol Santosh. I'm Scientist C and Deputy Director in Bureau of Indian Standards. So today my topic is on importance of standardization and progress by BIS towards this on digital signatures. So I know this session will be very challenging for you guys. Just we had lunch and I hope that I won't make you bored or sleepy with my presentations. So, okay. So Bureau of Indian Standards. You see that in the left side, it's the headquarters at New Delhi, and ours is a national standards body. As per BIS Act 2016, it is passed by Parliament of India. It was established in 6th January 1947 as Indian Standard Institution. So you may be knowing about ISI mark, right? So we are the institute which issues the ISI mark to the products. And you see that we are organization is way older. Since 1947, before independence, we have established this organization. And in the left side picture, you can see the foundation stone laid by Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, 1954. So this is the building right now, headquarters of Bureau of Indian Standards. So this is the structure of BIS, and the BIS is headed by the President, who is Honorable Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution, Sri Piyush Goyal. And this is our structure. You can see it is again headed by Governing Council Executive Committee, and head of the BIS is Director General, who is IAS officer, Sri Pramod Kumar Tiwari. So this is our presence in whole of India. We have a total of 38 branch office. In the right corner, you can see the branch office of Bangalore. We have it to Bangalore at Pinia Industrial Area. And apart from that, we have 5 regional offices, one in Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, Mumbai, and Chandigarh. And we have 8 labs and 8 laboratories for hallmarking. And we are also the organization which issues registration of hallmarking boards. And we have training institute of NITS, MEDA. So this is our core activity of BIS. Ours is mainly standard formulation. As I told that we are the national standards body of India. And apart from that, we do this conformity assessment for products, system certification, foreign manufacturer certification scheme, and registration scheme. And apart from this, we do hallmarking, laboratory, and training. So we'll now come to the standard formulations, the topic which was given to me. So BIS has established total 16 sectors, and for the 16 sectors, we have 16 division councils. What are those divisional councils? I will be showing the next presentation. And these 16 divisional councils constitute 387 technical committees and 209 subcommittees, and panel working group are more than 1,000. More than 22,000 we have published Indian standard as of now, and they are in force. And this constitutes the both product standards, test methods, service standards, system standards, product practices, guidelines, safety standards, terminology, etc. So now the standards which are published by BIS are mostly voluntary in nature. when the government feels that it has to be maintained, made it as a mandatory standard, then the government will issue QCS, and then those standards will become the mandatory standards, and they have to follow the Indian standards. And our involvement in ISO is that we are in P member in 551 technical committees, and as a O member in 151 technical committees. And in IEC also we have a presence, and as P member we are 119, and as O member 55 technical committees. So these are the 16 division councils which I was saying earlier. So that includes chemical, civil engineering, electronics, IT, electrotechnical, food and agriculture, management systems, mechanical engineering, medical equipment, metallurgical, petroleum, production, textiles, transport. And last two departments are newly constituted, that is on services sector, and other is Ayush department. So we come to the other part of the topic which has assigned to me, that is importance of standardization. So first of all, what is a standard? Standards is a document that defines the technical or quality requirements with which current or future products, processes, services or methods may comply with. Okay, and as I told you that standards are voluntary in nature, and they are formulated on the basis of consensus. So the difference between the standards which is published by India and other ISO is that in ISO it is based on the voting system, but in India we do this consensus based formulation of standards. So here we take the interest of all the stakeholders, and mostly it is driven by the industries and drafted by the technical experts, and it is then approved by the recognized independent standardization body. Likewise in India it is BIS. So these are the stakeholders where we have the discussions while drafting any standard. So stakeholders can be from industry association, experts, and labs, R&D organizations, professional and academic bodies, government bodies, consumers. So this is the stages and process we follow for formulating of Indian standards. So there are two kinds of development of Indian standard. One is indigenous standard, other is adoption of standards. Adoption is nothing but we have this already ready-made standard. We take those standards and as per the requirement of Indian scenario, we try to modify it and publish it as Indian standard. And other one is national standard. We call it as an indigenous standard. So it follows 5 stages from the proposal stage, preparatory stage, committee stage, approval stage, and publication stage. Proposal is nothing but new work item proposal, where any person, any stakeholder can give his proposal to BIS. Then it will be taken up in the committee. Then the subject will be approved. Once the subject is approved, then comes the preparatory stage where the working draft is prepared. So basically the preparation of working draft is done by the panels of working groups. Then after the finishing of the working draft and the recommendation of the panel, then it will go to the committee stage where we call it a sectional committee. That stage is known as preliminary draft stage or committee draft stage at international level. And after completion of this draft stage, then it will go to the approval stage where it is circulated widely to all the other than the committee members to other stakeholders all over India. So anybody can comment on those documents. We take those comments again and we try to resolve those comments and we try to incorporate those comments in the document. And after completing all these earlier 4 stages, then the document will be into the publication stage. And we call it as, once it is in publication, we call it as Indian standard or standard publication, or international, it is known as international standard, technical report or technical specifications. So this is the process which we have and you can say that the minimum time we take for this or complete all these stages 6 months, 5 months, then for a maximum we can go up to 1 year. So BIS again started the formulation of standards in the field of digital signatures, and this panel is led by Vijay Kumar from Madra. And you can see the this particular panel is constituted under IT and IT enabled services sectional committee SSG10, and this as I told that convened by Mr. Vijay Kumar, Senior Vice President Madra, and the co-convener for this particular panel is Mr. Dineshan Sharma. He is the director of SSI, and I am the member secretary for this particular panel. And other organizations which are representing this panel are CCA, CDAC, CSIR, NPL, HTQC, Cliff India, IDRBT, Windia Telelinks, or so many. Like there are total 15 organizations under this particular panel. at present, these are the published, some of the published standards by BIS, not by this particular panel, but by the BIS. So we have published around 6 standards. So you can see the list. One is all the standards are ISO or IEC adoption standards. So we have taken these standards and we try to modify as per Indian requirements, and we have published 6 standards. Yeah. So these 4 subjects are the ongoing projects, you can say, which is technically under our panel now, which I said that digital signature panel. So we have taken up 4 subjects at present, and you can see the status. One first document that is electronic signature and infrastructure policy statutory requirements for application for signature creation, signature validation is under publication. So shortly this standard will get published, and it will get as a Indian standard. And next, second number subject, we just taken up this subject a few months back, and it is now under pre-draft circulation, so that it is under now with committee members. So they will go through this document and they try to provide their inputs or comments on this. Third, fourth is very new 2 subjects we have taken up. So basically these 4 subjects which we have taken up are ITSI standard based. So we have this MOU with ITSI, BIS has MOU with ITSI, so we can take the documents and we try to modify as per our Indian requirements, and we try to develop them as Indian standards. Apart from these 4 subjects, we are we can say that we have a big roadmap with us ahead with us. So we have more than 30 subjects covering areas like application providers, secure email, long-term preservation, advanced electronic signature for PDF, XML, CAS, JSON, signature device, you name it. So these are the all 30 subjects. Under these titles, there are more than 30 subjects we have taken up for standardization. So I think within 2-3 years, we try to finish up all these 30 subjects and we publish as Indian standards. So last slide of my presentation. So what is the benefit you get if you participate in the standardization? So you can be the part of that particular development of the standards, and you will get early access to the industry trends. You will able to know what exactly happening in the industry. And third point is that insights into the emerging technologies, opportunity to contribute, and you will be involved in the decision making of that particular document. And again, you get these networking opportunities, and you can build relationship with the professionals while formulating the standard. And you get the collaborate opportunities and partnership with the organizations which you are maybe interested with. And you will get exposure to the technical and regulatory and business knowledge, and understanding the industry challenges and innovations. And again, you will be informed about the regulatory developments, what is happening in the India, and you will be aligning with the current and future standards to mitigate risk. So these are some of the benefits. There are more, but I will display some of them. The benefits you get if you participate in the standardization. So this is from my side. Thank you. And if you have any questions, or if you want to part of any committee, you can mail to us. Yes, ma'am. You have some questions.
I think you have mentioned that we have application standards as well. So has that been published anywhere where all the service providers are using those standards? Or have we introduced it in our framework or somewhere?
You're talking about digital signature standard. Yeah.
Application standards you just mentioned in previous slide.
Can you open this slide, please? Actually, those are under pipeline. Maybe the last slide you're talking about, right? Yeah, those subjects we are not yet taken up, but in future we will take up. So right now, these are the only identified subjects which are due for standardization. So as of now, we are doing the only 4 subjects which are shown in on the presentation.
Thank you.
Any more Niels questions? Otherwise, if you have anything to say, you want to part of these committees, you can write your request to at the email ID ssd@bis.gov.in. So we'll try to respond to that email ID. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Santosh. This was quite crisp presentation covering the topic. Thank you very much. May I now request Mr. William G. from Asia PK Consortium to do the honors of presenting a memento to the speaker. Thank you very much. Our next speaker in the agenda is Mr. Stephen Wolf. He has joined online. Can we bring up the screen, please? To quickly introduce Stephen Wolf is CEO of ELEIF since past 9 years. Thank you for making it and filling into Vikas, who couldn't make it due to his personal exigency. Thank you for making it with a short notice. Yes, over to you, Mr. Stephen.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Sorry that I can't be with you. I'm in snowy Germany at the moment, working from home. But it's a great honor to be with you today and to give you an overview on what we're doing at Life. Let me share my screen with you. I hope that everyone can see this. Yes, indeed. The organization Life was founded, in the aftermath of the financial crisis when Lehman collapsed, and it was very obvious that the banks did not know who their customers were. So the G20 nation leaders endorsed the FSB. They created the LEI system. There's a whole set of goals like identifying participants and transactions, overcome weaknesses and reporting, but also be a public good and serve the public and private sector. This goes way beyond just the financial sector. Now, the organization is a three-tier model. We have at the top the Regulatory Oversight Committee. That is a committee consisting of 71 regulators from all around the world. The Reserve Bank of India, for instance, is also a member of this committee. And this committee is responsible for the policy decisions as well as the oversight over the whole system. And then we have the third tier, which are the LEI issuing organizations, for instance, LEI in India. Those organizations, 38 at the moment, provide the services of managing identity, assigning LEIs, doing the data vetting and validation and all these kind of things. And in order to make this work, in order to make sure that the policies are translated correctly into operational rules and procedures and compliance, the Global Legal Entity Identifier Foundation, GLIFE, was founded. Our job is to manage a network of partners. Today we have 2.4 million LEIs. That is roughly 90% of the global market capitalization, so we have the big guys. And the next step is to create the business registry services also for the SME world. What is an LEI? An LEI is an ISO standard. It is like any other business register, a number that you can see on top. The LEI code is a 20-digit alphanumeric number, but this number references to data, like for instance the legal name of the organization, where it is registered, under which number it is registered, and some other pieces of information like uniform and address details and mapping to other identifiers like BIC codes or S&P codes. One specialty is that the LEI data is also keeping record of ownership relationships. So here we see in this particular example that the ownership information is here natural persons. So we do not show natural persons, but in the event that the parent company would be a limited liability company, for instance, we would show this here. The LEI is pretty much in the Northern Hemisphere established. We see white spots in Africa and South America, and that is understandable given the nature of the financial crisis in the first place. But now we have basically regulation in many parts of the world, regulation that led to the issuance of the LEIs. There are roughly 280 rules out there on a global scale. And when you just look at India as an example, the financial markets are regulated, derivative markets, corporate bonds, but also payment in the payments network of India use the LEI for identifying payees and payers. Now, when we looked into the services that we provide as a whole, it became very clear that there's a whole galaxy of participants and standards and you name it, elements in the finance world alone. So we call this here the finance galaxy. Excuse me. But like in outer space, there are many galaxies. And here, just to name two, we have on the one hand the internet and all the digitalization that's going on. That is a world in itself. And we have on the other side also the supply chain galaxy. We should note that today, most payments, for instance, are triggered by supply chain transactions, by people buying goods, selling services. And most of these connections are today done over the internet. So you have three very deeply intertwined galaxies, supply chain, internet, and finance. But when you look into those individual galaxies, you will find that the standards there are completely different. You have a completely different way of identifying organizations in the supply chain world than you have in the internet world. And one of our, if you like, core beliefs is that we can provide a service, we can provide a solution in terms of LEI issuance, validation, and mapping that can serve all galaxies at once, so that you have only one standard for identification that can be used across the board. That is, if you like, our bigger vision. Now, talking about supply chain, it happens that the International Chamber of Commerce, representing roughly 45 million companies around the world, they're very active in the digitalization of our supply chain. Today, in global trade, 70% of all trade is global. 90% of all documents are still on paper. And to digitalize that and to get rid of paper is one of the major undertakings around the world at the moment. But before we get too excited about digitalization, consider for a moment why paper is so important in this world. Well, paper means interoperability. Everyone can work with everyone else. And if you want to translate this into a computer-to-computer transaction model, then all of a sudden you have different platforms, different APIs, different standards again, which makes it very difficult for the firms to participate in a global ecosystem that is fully digitalized. And this was picked up by International Chamber of Commerce. We did three things. Number one, we promote the model law that was coming from the UN. But the other two things are very, very important. We look into all trade documents, like 40 different types of documents. We look into the data elements of those documents and the data elements that are common across documents, and try to find the appropriate standards for data, machine-readable data that can be deployed here. And if you do that, and if you have the information layer based on machine-readable data, then you need a trust layer. And we're also discussing trust in trade at the ICC. I am vice chair of the Digital Standards Initiative out of Singapore, where these documents have been created with the industry support. And let's look into digital certificates. It was very clear from the beginning that rules and allocations and stuff for digital certificates are very close to what we're doing when we validate and verify a legal entity. I had my first digital certificate like 25 years ago. At the time, there was no CA, so we generated them ourselves. So I had a fairly good understanding about what happened since, both on the private sector side with things like the CAP forum and extended validation certificates, as well as government schemes. And here you see an example of a standard that was created by ISO on how to include the LEI in a digital certificate as an extension. And the Chinese Financial Certification Authority built a first prototype for this, where they have a digital certificate underneath the red stamp. As you can see, but when you open the digital certificate, then you can see the LEI that is assigned to this legal entity. This can be used in multiple ways. For instance, there is the DFFT initiative between Japan, Europe, and I think India now as well, the goal is to accept each other's digital identification schemes, each other's X509 certificates, without the need to change local legislation and local implementation. So you have different rules around the world, different types of certificates around the world. And in order to accept them, the proposal here is to put the LEI into the digital certificates as a lingua franca between all these blocks. As you can imagine, if you have a car manufacturer in France buying battery packs in Japan, language alone can be a big barrier. So here we have a prototype developed together with Hitachi, Seicom, Sita, and Infocert to demonstrate the capabilities of digital certificates enhanced by the LEI for this purpose. And last but not least, very happy that the CAP Forum has come up with a standard with the baseline requirements for SMIME certificates, including LEI codes. So as a matter of fact, today, certificate authorities and trust service providers can issue SMIME certificates with embedded LEIs based on the CAP Forum standards. And there's a first one in China doing that already. But we took it a little bit further. I mean, the digital identity and authentication is insofar not enough because companies do not sign contracts or messages. It's the people representing the companies that do that. And what we need is the representative of an organization and the authority in a cryptographically bound way to represent all delegate authority to a CEO, the CEO could delegate authority to an employee, and so on and so forth. Here you see an example, name of the person, Timothy Ruff, the organization is Digital Trust Ventures, having an LEI, of course, later, the employee ID, the role, general partner, and the signing authority. The role is in particular interesting because ISO created a new standard for roles, and Life is the maintenance agency for those standards. That means we look into all official types of roles across the world in all countries to have clarity on those roles and the various legislations. Delegation of authority. Let's give you a little bit of an example, or a list of examples. The list is endless. The sky is really the limit. But for instance, financial statements and the reports must be signed by the CFO, the CEO, by auditors, by general counsels, and so on and so forth. So you have document signing on a per attribute basis. You have telecom providers outsourcing services to a third party, acting as a proxy on behalf of this legal entity. So a Nike from the United States could outsource the service desk to a service provider in India who would then act on behalf of Nike and speak on behalf of Nike. And healthcare digital leaflets must be authentic. This is a very high and restrictive requirement to make sure that nobody can tamper with the content of a medical description and a leaflet associated with that. Aviation, supply chain, and many others are examples for the use of organizational identity. And that led us to the creation of what we call the verifiable LEI, the VLEI. What we have is identified representatives, an identified organization, claimed authority, and all of this is bound to public-private key pairs and an infrastructure that can be used to do end-to-end verification. End-to-end verification is an important aspect of zero trust architectures, where you do not want to trust the intermediaries. You want to be able to verify, technically verify the origin as well as the content that has been exchanged among parties. So prove it is the major theme here. And with this, I'm at the end of my presentation, and I would be happy to see if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for this wonderful presentation. Are there any questions to Stephen Wolf? Any questions? Yes, there is one from the delegate from Senegal.
Oh, thank you for your presentation. My question is there an agenda or a program appropriate for West African country like us?
Oh, that is a very good question. I mentioned in the world map that we have white spots on the regulatory side, but in all countries, 230 jurisdictions around the world, you will find LEIs, and that includes many countries, if not all countries in Africa. At the moment, we run a project together with the Singaporean authorities and the country of Ghana and Rwanda for what we call ESG reporting, the sustainability reporting package. And with this, we want to bring the LEI closer to the markets in Africa. We have a new director on our board from Ghana, and she's also helping us very much to establish relationships there. So definitely, it's a huge interest to help African countries and to help companies in African countries to participate in global trade and finance streams.
Thank you. If not, it was wonderful having you here, Mr. Stephen, online. Thank you very much for joining once again. And yes, we look forward to associate together in future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I wish you a good rest of the presentations. And again, thank you.
Okay, from Frankfurt, we now move to Nairobi. So, next speaker is from Kenya, Mr. Vincent Ngundi. Over to you, please. I'm not going in detail with the speaker introductions because there is a paper in your registration kit where the speaker introductions are already there. I'm not going in detail. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Vijay, and good afternoon, everybody. I think I'll also take up the role of making sure that we stay awake, having enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Is there something for moving the slides? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vijay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vincent. We'll be from Kenya. So this is Nairobi speaking now. First, I'd like to thank the Asia PKI Consortium for inviting me to this auspicious occasion. It's my first global symposium or conference to discuss PKI. And I'm really privileged and happy to be here today. So thank you very much, Vijay, the chairman, and the organizers for having me and us for that matter today. Thank you. Today's conference or symposium is really to discuss borderless digital transactions, and more so the role of PKI in ensuring that we realize a globalized world. And when I was speaking to Vijay and the organizers, they requested that I speak about Kenya's digital landscape, as well as the opportunities in Africa, really how Africa can take up digital trust services in order to remain competitive and also join the global world. So I'll try and speak to that. Of course, there's been a lot of discussions. I think I've learned a lot between yesterday and today. Discussions around digital trust. The use cases, I think, have been very refreshing and relatable to some of the challenges we're seeing in Africa. Obviously, the issue of mutual recognition, I think, for me, is even more pronounced. And COVID has taught us that we need to be able to continue existing as human beings, regardless of pandemics. And I think I see a very significant role on PKI when it comes to ensuring that the world continues despite the calamities that happen. And there are many. We have wars. We have seen the case from Tolis regarding Ukraine. We are alive to other challenges that we're even seeing in the Middle East, in Africa as well. And I think we really need to look at PKI and more so digital first services as the future for humankind. And so I'll talk about
a few elements. I'll really talk about, and you realize we've not really advanced in the adoption of digital trust services in Africa. I'll speak for Kenya for that matter. But I can tell you there's a deliberate move towards that direction. Not because we have an option, not because it's a good thing to have, but if we are to remain globally competitive, then we must find ways of ensuring that our services are available to the rest of the world. Because remember, we also have many people in diaspora. We have Kenyans living and Africans living in Europe. We have Kenyans living in Asia, in India in particular, and all over the world. How do you make sure that we bring those services closer to them? And I think digital trust is a way to go. So I'll talk about a little bit about, really my focus will be about opportunity, not really what we are doing as a state. So I'll talk about our ecosystem, what is Pan-African vision in terms of digitalization, what are the challenges we face, how do we think we can overcome them, and then of course I'll give some concluding and closing remarks. So just to start with, you'll realize that I've shown Kenya, but I've also shown the map of Africa. Show that we're a very small part of the African continent, but we're really one continent and one society. If you look at some indicators like population and land mass, Kenya, we are around 53 million people. I know India alone is about 1 billion people. But again, you'll realize that technology flattens the world. And some of the things that we face in Africa or in Kenya, the same problems that I've had through presentations are being faced by the rest of the world. In Africa, we have 1.4 trillion, actually billion, sorry, that is we're not yet at 1.4 trillion in the world. But we're 1.4 billion people in Africa. And really, when you look at Africa, you really need to look at it from that perspective, from the 1.4 billion people, because you'll realize that the digital transformation blueprints that we have for the African continent really read from the same script. And so it's always safe when you're looking for opportunity or when you're looking at engaging in Africa, looking at it from a continental perspective. The mobile penetration rate is 131%, 66 million people have access. We have 66 million unique SIM cards in Kenya. It's a little bit lower when we look at the whole of Africa, but it's growing. 489 million people out of the 1.4 billion have access to mobile telephony. Mobile payments is interesting. Vijay talked about this in terms of mobile platforms being the platform of choice for most developing economies. We transact $52 billion through mobile money platforms in Kenya alone every year. In Africa, we are seeing 700 billion, and that's growing. Every year, that's the amount of money that is exchanged through mobile phone platforms. Again, that tells you that a huge part of our economy is actually delivered or dependent on the mobile phone related platforms. In Kenya, we have an ambitious project. We're currently at 10,000 kilometers of terrestrial fiber. We're looking at getting to 100,000, within the next 5 years. That's the government's agenda. And all this is drawn towards bringing success closer to the people. Last mile, I was telling somebody that I think Wi-Fi was meant for Africa and developing economies, because it's the only way that we can economically and efficiently reach out to as many people as possible. So we currently have around 1,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots around the country. Again, in 4 or 5 years, we're looking at having 25,000. We have already onboarded 14,000 services, public services, from the government portal. Now we're coming from less than 1,000 services in less than 1 year ago. Just within 1 year, we've onboarded over 14,000 services onto the e-government portal. And the whole idea is an ambition and a vision by our current president and government that we need to bring public services closer to our people, regardless of where they are, whether they're in the country, in the remotest part of the country, or in diaspora. So all this is in trying to bring services closer to the people. Closer home to digital certificates, so that ecosystem. We have 49 million users in Kenya, 92% internet penetration, 600 million in Africa. That's growing. Again, you'll see the number of internet users, the level of mobile penetration is more or less the same, 40% and 48%. But the good thing is that those numbers are growing in Africa. When it comes to domain names versus digital certificates, because you'll obviously need a domain name more or less to be able to operate digital signatures.
at the very least, to ensure that we have an email address. In Kenya, we have 100,000 .ke domain names. That as of today, and yet we only have 1,400 digital certificates. So that already tells you something. There's a disconnect. That yes, we have domain names in place, but are those services secure? So that's one of the questions we need to ask ourselves. I couldn't get a good reference for statistics on the number of domain names in Africa. But a 2016 report that was done by ICANN on the African domain name ecosystem showed that we had 4.1 million domain names. It's around 7 years ago. So let's say we have 5-6 million domain names in Africa, but we don't have an understanding of the PKI ecosystem in Africa. Why? Because we don't have an organized way of addressing PKI issues. In Kenya, we have one certification authority. We have 4 certification authorities. Again, as I said, we have 1,400, on average, 1,400 digital certificates in the country. But for Africa, we lack that statistic. And that's a motivation we're also getting from the African Asia PKI Consortium, that we need an organized way. I mean, we started doing the meetings yesterday as observers, during the General Assembly for the Asia PKI Forum Consortium. There was a lot of order. There was a lot of learning from the different countries that are part of the consortium. I think we need to start something, and I've been talking to my colleagues from Cameroon and Ghana, that we need to start thinking at this early stage how we can engage when it comes to Africans, so that we start thinking together, sharing experiences, conducting research. It's very embarrassing not to know how many digital signatures you have in Africa. It's a very simple statistics, but you don't have it. And yet it's important for many reasons. So beyond that, you'll realize that there is a significant role that ICTs play when it comes to the growth of economies, GDP. In Kenya, ICTs contribute 10%, on average 10% to the GDP. In Africa, it's about 5.2%, but the good thing is that it's growing. The World Bank and IFC have a new metric called the Internet GDP. And it's envisioned that by 2025, Kenya will be deriving $9 billion from the internet and related technologies, and that's what digital certification services for. Africa as a whole will be gaining around $180 billion just from the ICT and the internet. But the most important, I think, statistics I saw was based on a paper that was done by the World Economic Forum last year. And it says that a 1% increase in digital trust translates to an increase of $600 in GDP per capita. And that is a very interesting statistic. So it says just increase a marginal, very marginal increase in digital trust, which is really presented by digital trust services and PKI for that matter, results into a very significant increase in GDP per capita. And I think that's the motivation behind advancing the discussion towards ensuring that we derive the benefits of public key infrastructure as a continent. Depending on what you look at, we have a number of blueprints that define the Pan-African vision when it comes to digital transformation. Obviously, when you look at a country like Kenya, we have the National Digital Master Plan, which envisages our plan and our blueprint and our journey and strategy for the next 10 years towards enhanced digitization. If it's the East African community, we have a Vision 2050. But as Africa, we have Vision 2063. And all these documents speak to each other. The National Digital Master Plan is informed by the ESC plan and is informed by the African Union plan. So we all read it from the same script. And all these blueprints are focused on ensuring that we have digital business, digital government for that matter, ensuring that government services, most of public services, are available from a one-stop shop. And I think that's a shared vision across the continent. We're also looking at ensuring that business services are available across the world through digital platforms. We're looking at digital skills. I mean, just based on the discussions that we've had this morning and yesterday, there's a very huge digital skills gap in the world, and more so in developing economies. And I think it's important that we we put our money and our efforts in ensuring that we enhance digital skills. And the good thing with digital skills here, we're not just talking about end users of the kits, we're also talking about leaders and policymakers. How do you make sure that as they develop policies, strategies, and other interventions, then they're developing them from a point of information? Of course, there's an element of digital innovation. How do you make sure that developing economies leverage on the power of technology to be able to build innovations that bring in extra revenue for our economies? But most importantly is the issue, obviously, of digital efficiencies and digital effectiveness, ensuring that we have interoperability, as has been discussed quite in detail, to ensure that we have an integrated and prosperous Africa. But the foundation of all this, as I've said before, I think is the issue of digital trust that is driven by PKI services. We cannot achieve any of this, and you'll see one of the statements at the end of my presentation that says that without digital trust, which is really PKI, then you really can't achieve the transformational growth and derive the benefits of having a digitized world. And so digital trust plays a significant role. And of course, digital trust is purely driven by PKI, as we've heard from various speakers. What is the challenge? I think the challenges have been discussed at length. One, of course, is the issue of cyber insecurity. I mean, it's been mentioned by previous presenters today. The cost of cybercrime today is $8 trillion. In the next 2 years, it's expected to be about $10, $11 trillion. The cost of cybercrime is growing faster than the benefits of technology. So we need to find ways, and I think PKI plays a significant role when it comes to enhancing the level of security of our ICT systems. So while we are having other interventions, monitoring, detecting, responding, I think PKI will play a significant role in ensuring that we secure our services. And I think the three facets of cybersecurity and PKI have been covered quite well. Of course, the other challenge we have is legacy systems. Luckily, we don't have a lot of legacy systems in developing countries, more so in Africa. But again, there is the element of being risk averse. And I think the presentation on post-quantum computing is a very good one. I remember when about 2008, we organized the first IPv6 conference in Kenya. And the reason we did it then is because of the same discussion we're having today. People saying that it's not yet time to adopt and prepare for post-quantum cryptography. It's the same story we had 15 years ago, until people realized 5 years, 10 years later that it was too late. The same story, the same challenges we had with IPv6 adoption are the same challenges that I foresee, and we should avoid, by the way, when it comes to post-quantum cryptography. I think the time to prepare is now. Let's have that discussion now because it's a matter of time. In fact, I like the presentation that says the D-Day is already here. It's not coming in future. The D-Day is already here with us. I think if there's anything I'll take back from is that step, that while we have deployed PKI services across many critical services, that can change in a minute. And so we need to have a plan of what we change first in terms of prioritizing and what we change last. But the issue of whether we're changing or not is not there. We have to change because the D-Day is already here and we need to be alive to that fact. We also need to be agile. There's also the challenge of being resistant to change. And I think that becomes a very big issue. So legacy systems are not just about systems themselves. There's also legacy thinking. People who want to keep the status quo. But it's not going to be very useful. Of course, we all have limited resources, but it's in terms of people, their capabilities, but also money. And so that becomes a challenge that is also global innovation. But I think the biggest two challenges I mentioned are the skills gap. And the skills gap more so is with the policy makers, not even with the techies. Techies can learn from each other. But if our policy makers and leaders don't have the right knowledge when it comes to PKI, what it means, then it becomes a very big problem because the interventions that countries come up with, the interventions that regional economic blocks come up with, the resolutions that the UN comes up with are ill-informed. And I think we need to deliberately find ways of advancing this this argument. I liked the G20 summit and the deliberations that were there. I saw the video led by Vijay. I saw the efforts by Japan through the G7. I think for me those are important efforts. But I also like the simplicity of the message. So instead of talking about PK and all that technical stuff, just say we need to be able to interoperate as countries. I think that's technically interoperate or digitally interoperate as countries. I think for me that's a message that is simple enough. I usually argue that marketers should try and techies should try and have a conversation on PK without mentioning PKI at all. Because I think PK is one of the most sophisticated terminologies, even for me as a computer scientist. I still don't understand it very well. So you can imagine for the novice, how it would be for the novice user. We need to find language that takes away the technology, but really speaks to the needs of people. If you can talk to the heart of somebody, to their need, then you'll be able to still deliver PKI, but without talking about PKI at all. In fact, I'd be very happy for Shiki the next conference if we. By the way, I'm just thinking, should we call it Asia and Africa PKI Forum, or is it Africa and Asia Digital Trust Forum? I think we really need to think about it, because how do we name what we want to deliver? Because I can easily associate with Africa Digital Trust Forum, because it's about, but if it's a PKI, by the time I send you a letter that says I'm inviting you to the Africa PKI Forum, by the time you look it up and what it means and understand what it is, then the time for the meeting will have passed and we'll show. But I'm just giving you as an example. I think it's language. The biggest issue is the digital trust gap. Very interesting. I was talking to Collison yesterday, over dinner, and I told him that report that was done by the World Economic Forum last year was actually commissioned by the World Economic Forum and done by the Center for Economics and Business Research. What it says is that digital trust is lower in developed economies than in developing economies. It's amazing. And the reason is because the developed economy is aware. So when I want to take up a service online, and I'm from a developed economy, because I am aware, I'll ask myself, is this service secure? I mean, you'll have a checklist, even if it's in your mind. Is it secure or not? Then you decide whether it's a yes or no. Does that company respect data privacy? Or, I mean, in developed economies, we're still trying to understand what data privacy is in the first place. But an informed person in a developed economy will ask that question because they're aware. And you'll realize that the probability of them taking a service and the same person in the developing economy taking the same service, it's higher for the person in the developing economy than in the developed world. So digital trust is lower in developing economies than in developed economies. But I can assure you digital trust is also going to be lower in the developing economies, because we are creating trends and we are becoming a globalized world. So I think the solution so that we increase digital trust is to make sure that we adopt PKI services that enhance digital trust, so that both the developed and the developing economies can have a higher level of digital trust, so that we have enhanced usage of digital and trustworthy services across the globe. I think that's what we are saying. COVID was really bad for everybody. It really flattened the world and made us equal in many ways. And I think if there's anything we have learned, is that digitization, but more so trusted digital services, having a trusted digital identity becomes paramount. Having systems that are trustworthy becomes important. And I think that's why, for me, the issue of digital trust is important. Of course, there's an issue of cross-regulation. I can't emphasize on the importance of the presentation by Vijay and by Japan. I think for me, those were important lessons to carry home to all of us. We need to realize that we live in a globalized world. It's no longer about India or Iran or Saudi Arabia or Cameroon or Ghana or any other country. It's about living in a global economy. The reason is because we have goods and services that we need to share with the rest of the world.
but we also don't have certain goods and services that we want to derive from the rest of the world. And that's what a global economy is all about. So I think the three key issues, other than cybersecurity, insecurity, legacy systems, and limited resources, is addressing the skills gap, enhancing digital trust, and then ensuring that we live in a more globalized world. Even if we start with bilateral arrangements like India, Japan, and the EU, it's a step in the right direction. The rest of us will also learn from those experiences and perhaps, join that ecosystem from a more important point of view. How do we address this challenge? I think there are a number of issues that we need to look at. Obviously, I talked about leadership. So we also need not only visionary but strategic leadership. And to be strategic, you need to be informed. You can have a very good vision, but you need to be strategic in how you do it. A very good example, and I like giving this example because it looks contradictory, but it's not. Recently, we have a new president. We had elections last year, and so we have a new president in Kenya, 1 year old, let's put it that way. And one of the directives he gave to his cabinet ministers was that, one, he does not want them in the office. He wants them in the field inspecting development projects. So he wants efficiency. He wants effectiveness in the delivery of public national projects. So that was one of the directives. So I do not want you in the offices. I want you in the field. But at the same time, he said, I want you to clear your desk every day. So I want you in the field. So I don't want you to see you anywhere in the office. But I also want you to clear your desk. So you go to the field and find a way of clearing your desk before you go home. And it looks contradictory. And when that directive was made, it got us thinking, how do you make sure that, because both of those issues are good. One ensures effectiveness of the delivery of government services. The other one talks about efficiency in doing work, so that documents and requests are not stuck at the minister's office because he's away in the field. But how do you do that? You can actually use PKI to achieve both. So the minister can go to the field, wherever they are, but use workflow automation and digital signatures to be able to clear your desk, not even at the end of the day, even as you inspect projects. So you might have a visionary leader, which is what we have in our country, but as technocrats, we must help our leader articulate and understand that vision. Because he will say, I want to make sure that you personally take personal responsibility of national projects, but also want you to clear your desk so that work is on track. It's us as technocrats who have to come with solutions, and PKI plays a significant role. It's one of the things that we're looking at doing as a country. How do you translate PKI strategy to operational terms? Again, can we have a discussion without mentioning PKI, and yet we're still talking about PKI in layman's language? How do we adopt a whole society approach? Because you need everybody. We need to motivate and involve everyone. How do you do that? From the policymakers, the technocrats, to organizations, and to the people themselves, the consumers. We need a whole of society approach. But most importantly, we need to align the organization to the PKI strategy. Because we love a vision, we love a strategy. But how do we orient the organization to be able to align to a digital trust kind of ecosystem? One, you need the right structures, you need the right systems, whether it's in terms of technology, whether it's in terms of policy standards. You need the right staff with the right mindset, the right capabilities. You need the right skills for all levels of people, and you need shared values, because the issue of digitization, really taking yourself to become a global citizen, requires a certain set of values. So you must also start inculcating certain values within your value system to ensure that people have shared values, they have etiquette, they have cyber hygiene, they have respect for others, and so on and so forth. And finally, you need to implement PKI use cases as a continuing process. One of the issues discussed today was innovation, continual improvement. I think it was mentioned.
we've been without issues of post-quantum for a very long time, but it's here with us now. So we really need to talk about how do we deal with post-quantum cryptographic issues. IoT, there's also IoT, there's industrial IoT, and so on and so forth. How do we make sure that as the world innovates, we also innovate to make sure that digital certification services and digital trust services keep in tandem with advancements in other areas of technology. In conclusion, I think there are really 6 areas that I think, and there could be more, but I think we need to focus on the end user. What does the consumer want? And we try and get to the head of the consumers and develop products that meet the needs of the consumers. So it's more of a consumer centrism approach, ensuring, and I think that's one of the challenges that we've had with PKI, developing solutions that we think compete with consumers want. I think it's time we try and understand what the consumers want and develop solutions and services and products that meet the needs of the consumers. Research and innovation, we've talked about post-quantum crypto. When I was speaking, I didn't know the D-Day was here. I was writing this presentation, but I can tell you now, the D-Day is here. I mean, we've been told by people who are saying the D-Day is here, who have been in that area of research. So I'm going home knowing that the D-Day is here, and that we need to work on the D-Day, which I thought will be a couple of years from now. It's shocking what IBM is doing, shocking in a good way rather, that they'll have, computers that can read our highest level of encryption many times in 2 years, not about 2026. That's amazing. We not helped, but at least they've given us advance notice. So I think we need to do something about it. Global competitiveness, I think we are looking at opportunities beyond borders for our people. And I think that's a conversation we need to have with entrepreneurs and with governments. That digital trust services, PKI, will enable economies, will enable people around the world to have not just a national marketplace, but actually a global marketplace. Awareness and skills remain paramount. I think if there's something we want to do as a country is to really, really increase awareness and skills for our people so that we can derive the benefits of this ecosystem. Of course, mutual recognition. I think I'm more converted than ever by the presentations that have been made by India and Japan regarding the issue of mutual recognition, the value of having it, and actually the EU talking about Ukraine and the issue of advanced digital signatures. We really need to innovate. At times, necessity is the mother of invention. So when Ukraine happened, then of course the EU had to innovate and find ways of making sure that people continue living, even with technology supporting them. Of course, most important is digital trust, because it will advance the issues of digital sovereignty. People and nations want to have control over the digital platforms within those countries. But we also need to have a level of digital trust that enhances our borders, so that they're not our national borders, but they are borders that are based on the relationships we have with other nation states and other economic blocks. And so digital trust and sovereignty, are in closing, I picked this from the World Economic Forum, an article that was written last year. It says that building trust into a global digital economy can unleash trillions of dollars of opportunity. I think the business of digitization is untapped, ask me. This is at the global level. But if we don't know for certain who we are interacting online, we cannot have trust. And again, this brings now the issue of the digital trust to bear. It concludes by saying the digital identity must therefore be the foundational element for a digital economy. And that's PKI. So when it talks about digital identity, it's really about PKI. So you see that PKI has a significant role. And these are discussions at the World Economic Forum, a significant role in ensuring global socio-economic transformation. And that's why this discussion in this forum and many other forums are very important. Lastly, I'll reiterate the research by the Center for Economics and Business Research. A 1% increase in digital trust results in an average increase in GDP per capita of $600. And it's therefore a key driver of socio-economic transformation. Thank you for listening to me. I know it's after lunch, but thank you for listening to me and inviting the question.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Yeah, please be on stage for a minute. May I now invite Asia PK member from Malaysia, Mr. Amir, to do the honor of the. It was very enlightening views from Africa. Very nice summarization with the numbers as well. Thank you very much. It's on the other side. No, please, once again, please. Photo. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry about that confusion. Okay, now from East Africa, we move to Central Africa, the country of Cameroon. Mr. Eric Solivas.
Okay, thank you for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Asia PKI Consortium and Imuntra for giving me the opportunity to share our little experience in securing electronic transaction through the PKI system. Our presentation will be based on 6 main points: an overview of cybercriminality in Cameroon, our national legal and regulatory framework, a presentation of the hierarchical structure of the PKI system in Cameroon as the third point of our presentation, the initiatives carried out by Antique related to the interoperability and the mutual recognition we will tackle in the fifth point. Then we are going to have some highlights of our achievements. In the last point, we will talk about some difficulties we are facing and the challenges we have to overcome. So Cameroon is a country, as Vijay just said, located in Central Africa with a total area of more than 465,000 kilometers squared and a population around 30 million inhabitants. French and English are the two official languages which are spoken by 70% and 30% of population respectively. The internet penetration rate in Cameroon is 46.5%. Cameroonian Agency for ICT, Antique, is in charge of the promotion of ICT, which consists in various actions, including accompanying public institutions in identifying their hardware and software needs, organizing training workshops for state personnel in ICT domain, and raising awareness on ICT best practices. The internet governance, which covers the management of the country code top level domain, the .cm, and the management of IP addresses. We also have the security audit of information system, which consists in conducting security audit of electronic communication network and information system open to the public, particularly those of the telecommunication operators, service providers, banking institutions, as well as government agencies. Security Watch, in this field, Antique has set up a computer incident response team, a CERT, that carry out prevention, detection, and response activities. And the electronic certification, which consists in enhancing trust amongst parties engaged in online transaction through the PKI system. In 2022, around $5.7 million have been lost in Cameroon due to cybercrime acts perpetrated against public and private institutions, with respective financial losses of 1.7 million of financial losses due to phishing, 2.8 million of financial losses due to skimming, 1.2 million of financial losses due to system intrusion. On the other hand, more than 10,000 vulnerabilities were discovered on the information system of companies during the security audits carried out by Antique. Among other activities, our CERT gathers and analyzes digital evidence, which allows for the identification and geolocation of cyber criminals within the framework of cybercrime investigations. And in 2023, we received and processed more than 16 requisitions relating to cybercrime, 800 requests from users through our toll-free number, 37 complaints about financial scams, 823 complaints about the hacking of users' accounts on social networks such as Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Gmail, and Yahoo Mail. 721 complaints relating to the hacking of professional messaging systems, inflicting heavy financial losses on victim companies. And 80 complaints about phishing of websites and email addresses of public and private companies. Concerning electronic certification, this activity is regulated by 3 laws. Law relating to cybersecurity and cybercriminality, law governing electronic communications, and the last one, law on electronic commerce. All these laws were enacted on the 21st of December 2010. The main institution involved in the regulation of this activity are the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, which elaborates policy and supervise ICT and cybersecurity sector. Antique, who is the Root Certification Authority, OTA, in charge of applying regulation on security activities, and Antique also as the Government Certification Authority in charge of the management of certificates issuing for public administrations. Accredited certification authorities have the potential to engage in electronic certification activities, but only after obtaining authorization from the Minister of Post and Telecommunication. So for now, there is no SA in Cameroon. These are some dispositions of the legal framework related to electronic certification activities. According to the Article 17 on the law relating to cybersecurity and cybercriminality, advanced electronic signature has the same legal value as handwritten and produce the same effects as the letter. According to the Article 35 of the law on electronic commerce, official documents may be authenticated in government services using electronic certificates and signature. In front of us, you have the evolution illustration of electronic certification activities. As I already said, in 2010, laws were enacted and the legal framework has been put in place after. In October 2012, the National Public Key Infrastructure was inaugurated by the Minister of Posts and Telecommunications. In 2013, we started issuing certificates, electronic certificates for e-procurement system of Ministry of Public Contracts. In 2015, we acquired Toolkit's API based on Java app and ActiveX for securing critical applications such as the one for the custom. In 2021, we acquired Toolkit. In 2017, we did the acquisition of complementary modules like TSA, KMI, and OCSP. And then in 2021, we acquired Toolkit's API that work on various web browsers. We also developed and implement Doc Authentic solution, which is a service provided by Antic to fight against the falsification of official documents by integrating advanced electronic signatures into the administrative document production processes. In 2022, we renewed the PKI servers and started to issue TLS certificates. And since the authentication of some documents is not free of charge, in 2023, we have integrated a fee-based authentication function for electronically signed documents into the Doc Authentic solution. So as product, first of all, we have qualified electronic certificates through which electronic signature can be generated. We also have TLS certificates for securing website, and we have a visible electronic seal solution for securing the production process of administrative documents. As far as the services are concerned, we are in charge of securing applications, securing online transactions, securing web services, websites, supplying timestamping and electronic authentication and administrative documents. We are also in charge of the approval of cryptographic mails in red, but this activity is not yet operational. Concerning interoperability and mutual recognition, according to the law relating to cybersecurity and cybercriminality, in its Article 20, an electronic certificate issued outside the national territory produce the same legal effect as a qualified certificate issued in Cameroon if there is an act of recognition of the issuing authority signed by the Minister of Posts and Telecommunications. Antic has joined the Arab and African e-certification authorities network since 2021. That network is consisted of 12 members, and its general objective is to create a secure environment for interregional e-transaction through mutual recognition between the different members. The main mission of this organization are as follows: unifying and harmonizing the interregional laws related to e-transaction and e-trust services based on international experiences, working on the interoperability and mutual recognition between the Arab and the African e-certification authorities as first step, and between the countries of the two regions and the rest of the world in further steps. Establishing multilateral conventions that ensure the interoperability and mutual recognition of e-trust services between the countries of the two regions and the other foreign countries. During November 2022 AGM of the organization, a working group was established for the development of a strategy for mutual recognition. This working group is consisted of certification authority from Tunisia, Benin, Cameroon, India, Sudan, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. The objective of this working group is to develop a strategy that enables mutual recognition between the certification authority of the represented countries. In this part, we will present some of our achievements. Here in this slide, the first two achievements registered thanks to PKI's infrastructure. We have a view of the Cameroon online e-procurement system collapse of the Ministry of Public Contracts, which ensures the security binding of public contracts online. The other side, we have a view of the single window for foreign trade operation platform, through which online payments of foreign trade transactions are carried out. In this slide, we have the African First Bank online banking platform, through which customers can securely apply for school and university loans online. On the other side, we have a view of standards and quality agency platform, where PKI system helps securing the certificates of conformity it issues. Here there are some of the electronic messaging platforms that have been secured by PKI system, including electronic messaging platform of the Telecommunication Regulatory Board and the Ministry of Higher Education. As I told you, since 2022, we issue TLS certificates to the website of public and private organization. In this slide, a view of the website of the Ministry of Public Works and Forestry and Wildlife, which are two, including more than 100 websites secured by the PKI system. In Cameroon, we noticed a proliferation of falsified administrative documents, which are often used to fuel fake news on social network. Antic has set out to combat the falsification of official documents using advanced electronic signature. This signature, which guarantees the authenticity and the integrity of the document, as well as the non-repudiation of its signatories, has the same legal value and produce the same effect as handwritten signature in accordance with the law. The services provided by Antique ensures the integrity and the physical and digital document by fixing a QR code generated from the advanced digital signature and by verifying the authenticity of the said documents by scanning QR code with an Android phone using a Doc Authentic application, which can be downloaded free of charge from Play Store. As we see in this slide, this digital signature scheme has already been deployed to secure, namely the end of training certificate of institutes of Ministry of Livestock, Fisheries and Animals Industries, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. In the same light, this digital signature has been deployed to secure the national civil status record file of the Council of 12 divisions. The process is ongoing and we are planning to secure 6 other divisions next year. In this line, we can see a copy of births and wedding certificates. Here, a copy of certificate of irrevocable transfer of salary for civil servants to check fraud and eliminate malpractices in the delivery of certificates of irrevocable salary transfer to public services employees in Cameroon. Here an overview of secure transaction with advanced electronic signature from 2022 to 2023. We have more than 21,000 certificates of conformity issued in 2022 and more than 18 for this year. We have more than 900 trainings attestation issued in 2022 by training institutes of the Ministry of Livestock, Fishery and Animal Industry, and more than 1,900 for 2023. 985 online public contract through the Cameroon online procurement system in 2022, and more than 1,200 for this year. More than 7,000 civil status certificates in 2022 and more than 6,400 for this year. So to recap, last year we registered more than 30,000 secure electronic transactions through the PKI systems, and this year we have already registered more than 276,000. Concerning difficulties and perspectives, we are facing some difficulties, including the lack of regulations that require institutions to use electronic certification to secure their electronic application. The fact that most of the recommendations issued by ANTIC during the security audit are partially implemented by companies. The fact that the evolution of legal framework does not match with technological development, because as I said, our law was enacted in 2010. This is more than 30 years, and we are fighting to update our law. And the fact that both users and suppliers are unaware about the regulatory tests that they are expected to comply with regarding the approval of cryptographic means. As perspectives, we have capacity building to overcome security challenges, requesting financial means from funders to reinforce hardware and software of public key infrastructure, contributing to strengthening the legal and regulatory framework, carry out an approval homologation framework for cryptographic means. So once more, I would like to thank Asia PKI Consortium and Imudra for giving me the opportunity to share our little experience in securing electronic transaction through the PKI system. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Eric. It was a wonderful presentation. Please be well. we invite Ms. Masa from Government of Iran, Asia PK member as well, to do the honors of giving the memento. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now we break for a coffee. We spend like 20 minutes and we group back 3:30. And then we move a little more west to Ghana. We break for coffee. Thank you. So welcome back. I think most of the audience are here. It's good to resume our sessions. And now speaking about Africa, we move to Western Africa. And we have from country of Ghana, Director Mr. Solomon. I invite you for the next session, please.
Hello, good afternoon to you all. I think I will be presenting the Ghana case, and what I will try to do over here is to try and then let you know how the digital landscape in Ghana and how the whole digitalization agenda is going, and then probably situate the PKI infrastructure in that regard. Okay, so there are a lot of, I should say, frameworks for digitalization for various economies. There are a number of them. For Ghana, we are guided by this framework, and you can see in the, we call it the Building Digital Ghana. We have these policies and strategies. We have legal framework, we have the data governance framework, we have the security framework, we have the digital skills development framework, and then we have that of digital infrastructure framework. So this is the framework that has been guiding Ghana's digitalization. From time to time, we do a review of it as and when we think that new technologies and new approaches of doing things are coming along. And so even the evaluation of our approach, our journey, this plays a key role in that. When you take the aspect of policy, I think Ghana adopted its first ICT policy way back in 2003. That was when we had the ICT for Accelerated Development strategy. So we had that in 2003. The tenor of that policy is over. So as I talk to you right now, we are at the final stage of adopting our new ICT policy over the next decade. We call that one the Digital Economy Policy Document. So we call the new document the Digital Economy Policy Document. It's at cabinet level right now. We are hoping that probably by the end of this year, it will have been adopted. It will have received the cabinet assent for us to adopt, and that is going to guide our digitalization agenda over the next decade. When you talk about you move from strategy policies and then you talk about the digital infrastructure, very key in any economy that is trying to implement digitalization. We have the issue of connectivity. And then for us, we say connectivity, when you come to Africa, is one of the thorny issues that plagues everybody's digitalization. There is still some aspect to do so far as connectivity is concerned. We have still not been able, as a country, covered the whole nation with connectivity infrastructure the way and manner in which we want. We think we are about 80% coverage area if you take at least 3G connectivity, and we are still working to get there. We talk about if you move from connectivity ID infrastructure. Luckily for us, we have been quite successful in the implementation of our ID infrastructure. We talk about payment infrastructure. Our payment infrastructure in the country, I will get a bit into it. It's also quite robust right now where we are. Then we talk about the data infrastructure. When we talk of data infrastructure, we mean data centers and cloud infrastructure. So currently we have about 6 data centers in the country, a few cloud infrastructure providers. We are still through policy trying to drive and attract more data center providers and cloud infrastructure providers into the country. Then, of course, we have the e-government and digital services portal as well, which is also key to our journey. When you take connectivity, as it stands right now, our connectivity is largely driven by the private sector. Our connectivity infrastructure, our telecom infrastructure is largely driven by the private sector, but there is still a gap. There are certain areas of our landscape that the private sector do not see as economically viable enough for them to invest. So what government is doing is that through some initiatives, government is trying to install some additional infrastructure. If you look, there is what we call the Eastern Corridor fiber optic network. That's over close to 2,000 kilometers of fiber along the eastern part of the country. That whole part, we do not have fiber infrastructure over there. What government has done is that government has invested building the fiber network over there and leased it out to all the telecom infrastructures in an open access framework. So now every telecom infrastructure, every ISP can just take either a dark fiber or an active capacity on there and then provide services along that corridor. That is one approach of bridging the gap. Another one that we are trying to do is what we call the rural telephony project. For the most rural part of the country, what government has done is through some of these OEMs has provided a solar-powered base station, but it's not your normal base station. This is a very, very minimal kind of base station. But what is happening is that at the core of this infrastructure, all the major telcos are plugged in there. So when you go to any of these base stations, whether you are on MTN, whether you're on Vodafone, whether you're on Airtel, whatever, you are still able to access your service through that single base station. The other thing that government has done with that same strategy is that the pricing scheme for those base stations is way different from when you go to the urban areas. So with because it is rural folks, they don't have much of income, so they have a special subsidized pricing for them over there. Then another thing that we are now trying to do, government is trying to do, our electricity provider, we are using their infrastructure right now to run OPGW network across the whole country. And you know, OPGW running the cables in the air is much cheaper in terms of deployment, faster, and also in terms of maintenance is quite cheap. So we are hoping that by 2025, we would have really bridged the gap so far as the fiber infrastructure within the country is concerned. That is the initiative that government is doing. When you go to the last part of it, currently we have 5 submarine cables at our shores in Ghana. The 6th one, that is led by Meta, should be ready probably in the first quarter of next year, bringing the number to 6 submarine cables. So that tells you that when it comes to international capacity, we have huge capacity sitting at our shores. Our challenge right now is trying to bridge that terrestrial fiber infrastructure to make sure that we are able to carry and distribute this capacity that is dropping at our shores mainland for easy access. On the aspect of ID infrastructure, our ID infrastructure is in 2 folds. We have the person's ID and the entity or company ID. So the person's ID is being led by our National Identification Authority, and then we have the entity or company ID that is being led by we used to call them Register General's Department, but now their act has been changed, so we are now referring to them as Registrar of Companies. So they are now, so with these 2 ID systems together, then that means that we can uniquely, digitally identify individuals, same as entities or companies. That is the strategy. Our payment gateway, of course, we have the general interbank switch system. Now, for us, what became the game changer was when we deployed the interoperability framework for our mobile money platform. we just leverage on the fact that everybody has a mobile phone to give everybody a bank account. So your mobile number becomes your bank account. And I'm sure this technology is not new to any of us over here. But when we deploy the interoperability framework, that allows you now to be able to transfer between one telecom network to another, between a telecom provider to your bank account, to fintech, and to any wallet. So now what is happening is that you can travel wherever you are. As I stand here, I'm still able to operate my wallet still in here. So that is what brought about the change, and it brought about a lot of innovation among the fintech community, who are now rolling out a lot of interesting applications. On that side as well, you have government has also leveraged on that platform to now deploy the government payment gateway. So with that government payment gateway, all government agencies that does any form of online collection, you use that payment gateway. You just integrate through an API, and then you're able to do all that. When we talk about our data infrastructure, we are also trying to push this through the private sector. So as it says right now, we have about 6 commercially operated data centers in our country right now. We have a few, about 2 cloud providers, indigenous, and then now I think we have, we've had one of these big guys come to town recently. Our strategy is that we are positioning Ghana as the destination for data, data infrastructure, both data centers and cloud infrastructure for the West African zone. And so we intentionally pushing out certain policies that will allow us to attract more investment in these areas. As I talk to you right now, I think that within January, we hope to be rolling out our specific regulations for commercial data centers and cloud infrastructure to make sure that we can sanitize that domain and also attract more investment within that. Government also has its own dedicated data centers, tier 3 data centers, 2 of them. And then on top of that, government has deployed its own private cloud infrastructure. And so what then happens is that the government agencies are no longer building their own data centers before they digitalize. You just take either cloud infrastructure or you take co-location space within the data center. This data center, what government did was that government built it big enough to even accommodate the private sector. So if you look at the utilized capacity of the data center right now, about 70% of them, of the utilized capacity, is for the private sector, and the remaining 20% is for the public sector. So that data center was well deployed. Then, of course, data governance. If you're going to be, right now, all economies are driven by data. And so we need a very solid data governance framework to guide our data sharing, our data protection, and all those sort of things. And so this is also a very important part. Now you come to the legal framework. You can't do all these things in your traditional settings. You need some specific kind of framework, legal framework, to support all these initiatives. This is just some of the, of course, when you're talking about the legal framework, you want to look at the laws, you want to look at the institutions, you want to look at the regulations, you want to look at the standards, and you want to look at the guidelines. All these are very important to ensure that you can have a legal framework that supports your environment. We have some institutions like NITA, which is the agency I come from, which is a national IT agency, the ICT regulator for the country. We have a couple of laws, the Act 771, 772. We have the CSA, the Cybersecurity Authority. We have the Data Protection Commission. We have the National Communication Authority. Other countries I have seen, if you look at Kenya, for instance, they have more of an integrated regulator. Other people have that. We have a very decentralized kind of regulation. So we have a number of these things. A lot of the time you find out that some of our rules are quite overlapping. And so luckily for us, all these institutions sit under one mother ministry. So it is very easy to resolve any conflict that arise in terms of their mandate. If they are sitting with different ministries, it would have been quite difficult. The minister can just call them and say that, guys, behave, just go and then act wisely. something like that, and then we're able to resolve some of these things. So taking the legal aspect of it, I just want to touch base a bit more on the organization that I come from, the National ICT, the National Information Technology Agency, and then we were established in 2008. We have two main anchor acts. The first is the act that establishes us and gives us our mandate, and then the second is the Electronic Transaction Act, which the PKI that for which we have gathered over here comes under. So if you take that this organization, our mandate now is in twofold. One of our mandates is the regulator of ICT for the country, and then the other mandate is, you can say, CTO for the government. So far as all technology related issues of the government is concerned, our agency is responsible for that. And I head the the technical unit, and then we have the regulatory unit. So we have the technical unit and the regulatory unit. The technical unit, basically we try and align all government initiatives so far as digitalization is concerned, to prevent the duplication, to ensure standardization, and then all those sort of things. That is what we do. Now, for the regulatory aspect, when we had to start regulating the ICT space, we started with scratching of heads. Where do you start from? How do you go about it? It was quite an area that was very fluid and extensive, not knowing exactly how to go about it. But what then we realized was that, what we realized was that we can identify what we call regulatory verticals. So within the ICT space, we now have identified what we call regulatory verticals, and then we are taking each vertical and then coming up with specific regulation for those verticals. So we think it is not exhaustive as at now. We will still be identifying more verticals as we go along. And that makes it possible and easy for us when there are new technologies coming in and new ways of doing things. You will just add some other verticals or combine certain verticals, and then you are able to come up with specific regulations for that. So we thought that other than having one whole regulation trying to do that, let's come up with specific verticals. So right now we have ICT vendors vertical that we are coming up with some kind of regulation to guide the workings of ICT vendors, especially now that we have a lot of fake products in the system. So we want to come up with that. We have ICT professionals vertical, where we also want to have that ICT professional. But this one, we are working very closely with the industry to come up with some kind of framework to self-regulate the ICT professionals within that industry. That's the approach. Then, of course, the commercial data centers, the commercial cloud that we've spoken about, we want to regulate. Then public sector IT, we think this is very, very critical, because now that we are doing digitalization, you are going to have a whole lot of critical systems within government that the whole economy hinges on. Take, for instance, the national ID, for instance. The national ID right now, our law is that all forms of personal authentication must happen through the national ID. All forms of personal authentication. And it's only the national ID in our country that is accepted. So even right now, we are no longer using passports to do identification for transaction purposes. It's supposed to be national ID. We got to a point in time where those who had not complied, their banking account, for instance, was somehow frozen. You could only deposit, you could not withdraw until they complied. And so if you are going to have such laws in the country, then these systems cannot fail. I don't know the part of the country where you come from, but in my part of the world, there is a general perception, and not just a perception, there is the situation that mostly public sector institutions and systems do not run very well. And so we don't want to go with that narrative, but we want to come up with specific regulations to make sure that every public sector institution that runs any system, any IT, technology related system, the idea is that it is not yours. You only entrusted with it. And so we can tell you how to go about it, just to make sure that there are certain standards on how to manage, build, and maintain those infrastructure. That it does not, the inactions from them will not provide that, will not bring about those kind of risk, to run our economy one time. Then, of course, e-commerce, which is also a big, a big boy in the room. We want to come up with specific regulations so far as e-commerce is concerned. And then, of course, PKI. So PKI has been on our radar for long, and we are hoping that in the coming year, most of the initiatives will now talk about. Now, when we talk about security, we have our cyber security authority, and then we also do a lot. These are three, there are a lot of initiatives within the domain, but these are the three domains that I would like to talk about. We have our national set. Our national set sits with our cyber security authority. And then out of the national set, we have a number of domain areas. So we have the transportation sector set. We have that of the business. We have that of the energy and utility. We have the military, academia, health. We have the national security, banking, telecommunication, and then government. So for the government set, for instance, sets with my institution. We are responsible for the government set. So we coordinate all security incidents and happenings and all those sort of things and report to the national set. That sets at the cyber security authority. So we are all now deploying those kind of platforms that allows our reporting automatically to be aggregated at the national level. When there is a security incident at our end, for instance, we report it. The very moment we report it to the national set send the advisory to all the other domains, because you don't want to wait for they to be attacked as well before, but proactively they get to know what is happening and they take the necessary measures. So that is how we run our national set. The other one has to do with what we call the critical information infrastructure. So the Cybersecurity per the Act have also categorized certain institutions, certain infrastructure, certain resources within the country as critical information infrastructure. And once you are classified as such, you are supposed to operate according to certain standards and regulations. And so right now, we are working, there's a roadmap that we are working, doing the first audits to see the state in which they are, and then giving them a roadmap of how to move them from where they are now to where they are expected to be. And then once we get there, there can be punitive measures if you are not complying at the national level. That's the critical information infrastructure. We had an incident that is about, I think, less than a year ago, where our whole electricity company came on its knees. Nobody in the country could buy credit for their electricity. And that is because they got hacked. The interesting thing is that the hack was from within. So it was very difficult for about 2 weeks. If you did not have enough credit already on your meter, you slept in darkness. It took the national security, our very institution, and the cyber security authority to go in there and then bring sanity. And then now we are trying to position them in a place where some of these things can be prevented. Then, of course, the PKI, which is why a lot of us are here. Our PKI is anchored by the Electronic Transaction Act. That is what guides the legal framework for that. We got a consultant from Korea, my friend in Korea. Yeah, we got a consultant from Korea to help us some time back to do a feasibility study and then design a framework for us. This is the roadmap that we adopted. Funny enough, interesting enough, we haven't been able to do much with it. All that we've done right now is that we've been able to deploy the root PKI and then the first CA, which is the government CA. That is what we have done right now. With the government CA, we've been able to roll out just 2 applications, which is our national ID, it's a PKI integrated. And so there is the smart card that each citizen has. And then with the smart apps that each citizen has, what happens is that it's digitally signed. Then we have our visa that has just been rolled out, also now digitally signed by the PKI structure. So in 2024, it's time that we hope to dedicate a lot of time, resources to our PKI infrastructure. So this invitation couldn't have come at a better time than this. The 2 days that we spent over here, we've learned a lot. all the questions that we've been asking. We listen to the speakers when we approach them, and then I've been counting him a lot, and then some of the other speakers around, just try to understand how they went about their own, what we should do, some of the mistakes that we need to avoid. And so we are hoping that in 2024 we'll be licensing some private CAs. We'll be licensing some private CA. Then again, we are hoping that most of our PKI initiative will be private sector driven. The government will just manage the route, the route CA, and then roll out the necessary regulations to try and guide the operations. But then private sector will be promoted to provide the services as much as possible. Then, of course, we think that within the first quarter of next year, we'll be issuing out a tender to invite proposals for the development of our regulations. We have a law for the PKI, that's the Electronic Transaction Act, but we don't think the law is adequate for us to be able to manage it. And so if you say that you are now going to revise the law, it takes such a long time. I heard my brother from Cameroon talk about the frustration he's going through. So we want to bridge that gap with the regulations. We come up with specific regulations to bridge that gap. And then if those regulations at some point in time mature and we are able to now push it to a full-blown law, so be it. But now the law also allows us to come up with specific regulations. So we are leveraging on that to come up with the regulations. Then, of course, we are going to spend a lot of time trying to identify the use cases because if you are going to bring about private sector, they need to know that the use cases are there. They need to know that the use cases are supported by sector regulators. The banking sector, for instance, if the regulator within the banking sector is not enforcing certain PKI related issues, the banks will be reluctant to adopt the services when you try to roll it out. So we need to create that business environment and opportunities for the private sector because they will come in and then come and invest. So we will try and identify a lot of the use cases and applications and then sit with the various regulators to try and get them to adopt that PKI should be integrated in all our digital infrastructure so that it becomes more of mandatory and there's a timeline for which everybody is supposed to. So then it will just coincide with when we now license the private CAs. Then, of course, we need to do a lot of capacity building. My brother from Kenya mentioned it. He said that we should speak about PKI without using the word PKI because the technology is very, very complicated. Some of us are sitting here talking to you, but there's still aspect of the PKI that we still do not grab yet. So if even we, the technical people, are struggling that much, then you go and stand before my parliamentarians, my judiciary people, telling them about PKI. No, we rather will talk to them about use cases. We rather talk to them about applications and then do a lot of capacity building within the sector, the media, the tertiary institutions, and all those sort of things to make sure that we have that. So so far as the PKI is concerned, these are some of the things that we hope to be doing, what we have done and we hope to be doing. Maybe to try and end my presentation, I'll just try and show you some interesting statistics so far as Ghana is concerned. I think on the index economy by, I think it's JSMA from them, Ghana scores, I think 51.4. You can see infrastructure, affordability, consumer readiness, content services. So these are some of the things that are guiding how our policy has been scripted to make sure that over the next decade, we will try and solve some of the challenges that this index projects to us. Of course, more issues about the more detailed breakdown about what I just showed you, affordability, and then all that. Now, when I mentioned our PKI integrated national ID, Ghana is a population of about 32 million. We have so far been able to register about 17 million of the citizens. Our strategy was that register the 15 years and above and finish dealing with them. Now we've been able to effectively deal with that. I think either before the end of the year or early next year, we're going to start registering 15 years and below. And then with 15 years and below, we will also do child at birth. The very moment you are giving birth and our birth and death registers you, the data is pushed to the national ID. You are given a number at that point. You are given a number. And you know that when kids are born, their bios are not well formed yet. And so when they go to the point where their bios are now well formed, they go and then enroll against the number that has already been issued them. So that is a strategy that we're going with. And we are hoping that by end of next year, that will have been done. But what we have done is that with this national ID, it has become mandatory to integrate with all aspects of our economy. The pension, the government payroll. So right now, government payroll has been integrated with it. And you can imagine the number of ghost names that we're able to take out when we finished, when we were able to integrate. The banking sector is integrated, all aspects of our economy. Then there's the government payment, gateway, that is now doing the government collection. As at August ending, we had been able to collect a total of about 73 billion Ghana cedis on the platform. That's Ghana cedis. The dollar rate is about 12. So do the division, please. And you can tell that's what we have been able to do, collect. And this is tax filing is happening over the passport application. So we started this as just a payment gateway, but now we have elevated it to a one-stop e-government service center. So all the e-government services, you can discover it here, consume it, and then pay for it over here. That's what we're doing now. Of course, our banking, as I said, our banking sector, financial sector has become very interesting right now. The mobile money has outpaced the traditional banking. And so when you look at the checking, the Momo keeps growing. We had a very controversial issue in our country where we had to introduce the electronic transaction, the e-levy. So it is a tax on our Momo. And there was a lot of cry out there, no, don't tax mobile money transactions. But the government was adamant. And everybody thought it is going to affect the transactions. Through the first 3 months, we saw transaction dip. But after that, shut up all over again. Shut up all over again. And so if you look at the numbers, year on year, January was 76 last year, 76 billion last year. And then for this year is 130. February was 76, 134, and keeps increasing. So that is what's happening with our mobile money. So that is the mobile thing is for us is the way to go. And so we are leveraging on that technology. And now we have the opportunity to integrate with PKI and make that whole space very secure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very detailed presentation covering the Ghana landscape. Yes, there is a question. Thank you very much. So I invite our Asia PK member from Taiwan, Mr. Clement, to do the honor of giving a memento, please. Oops. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker is from South Korea. I welcome to cover on the South Korean landscape and as well as compliance part of it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jin Shin. I am from South Korea. I'm working at the Deloitte Korea, but however, I'm also instead of the KISA, which is the VTCA of South Korea. Before starting my presentation, that I a little bit hesitate to what kind of position today because I usually providing the service as a consultant. Also, in South Korea, I'm also the assessment body to conduct the assessment to public CAs. Even as the BJ mentioned, I'm also the member of the WebTrust task force. But this time, I really focus on the South Korea status, also how to conduct the assessment to the public CA or the licensed CA. Unfortunately, actually, today there is no content about the WebTrust because you already know about the WebTrust. So if you considering or your CA is considering the web browser inclusion, automatically you will recognize the WebTrust requirement. So today I will skip the WebTrust matters. So today my presentation is the South Korea public infrastructure, also the compliance and the assessment. Okay, before starting the South Korea, I think some people know about the PKI. They know about the Korean, the PKI is the well developed. I mean, everyone uses the digital certificate on any kind of transaction in South Korea. For example, over 20 years, the men or women, they can use the digital certificate for the banking account or the transfer money between banks, or even they can log into the government system. That is the small thing. I think almost all the transaction in South Korea, they require the digital certificate because they had designed for the digital certificate the signing in as a multi-factor authentication. So in case of South Korea, the traditional meaning, I mean, the making digital signature on document is possible, but usually they use digital certificate for login to any kind of application or the services provided by government or the financial sector. So that's the reason why we have the root CA certificate. Let's, for example, there are the well-known application of the world. For example, as the Ghana or Cameroon mentioned, the e-taxation service, or the government portal service, or in the view of the financial sector, we can see the internet banking or online stock or the insurance, the joining, that kind of things. But for the government sector, if you see this one, so, on the left side, that is a government PKI. On the right, there is a national PKI. On the left, it is based on the Electronic Government Act. And then the Ministry of the Interior of Safety is root CA. And they issue the 5 government CAs. And they only issue digital certificate to government officials. And the purpose of the government certificate is log into government service or system. For example, in case of e-procurement system, actually the bidders or the private company, they also get the certificate to log on to the e-procurement to open the bidding or submit some required document. that they will use this certificate issued from the national PKI. However, in the view of the government sector, they open the notification or they conduct the evolution in the website or in the system. That also they need to log into the system or service that it is required to use the government CA's digital certificate. I mean the digital certificate issued by government CA. So that's the reason we have two things. So we can broaden the example of application. How about the means of education? I think that is interesting. In South Korea, maybe in over the world, there are the elementary school, the middle school, or high school, or even the university, right? In the case, the people who had children, they don't receive any score of their children from the school. Instead of that, they just visit the website provided by the Ministry of Education. They just check their children's scores or they check their children's activities written by teachers. Then they usually log into the education portal using the digital certificate by national PKI. But just guess who write down this kind of information into the system. That is teachers or that is the education authority, government officials like that. That kind of people also need to log into the system to write some information or input some kind of scores like that. At the time, they need government CA issued certificate. So that's the reason why in Korea we have two root CA are existing. But there are two root CA certificates. As we discussed this time, we need to guarantee the interoperability between two root CAs. So how can we make the interoperability between two root CAs? The one is if you see that the PKI Committee for Interoperability, that is kind of international, that is kind of the independent committee between the government CA and the national CA. So they are considered of the PKI expert, for example, the professors or the PKI expert. They just annually join in a specific area physically. They discuss what's going on, what there are some issues encountered to provide this kind of service between two root CAs. Also, like the Microsoft, they also have the certificate trust list. So they also have issued to the CTL certificate trust list, and then each CTL has two the hash information of the root CA certificate. So technically they conducted the CTL, and politically using the PKI Committee for the Interoperability, they discuss some of the guidelines or some the measures for solving the kind of a problem encountered. So these days it is going well, I think. And then we really focus on the national PKI because the government PKI never changed. But 3 years ago, if you see that the right side, this Signature Act that has been amended, I mean, 3 years ago. So the main law has been changed. So at the first time, we didn't recognize the huge change to the national PKI scheme or national PKI market. Now we are experiencing the huge change. I will explain later. But if traditionally, we have the one root CA, that is the Korean Internet Security Agency, so-called KISA. And then under KISA, there are five accredited CAs. The two are the private company. One is came from the Union of Bankers. The other one is the Union of Stock Companies. And the last one is kind of the government, the land authorities. So we have the five different CAs. in the past, not these days, in the past, they also had their own areas. For example, the two privacy A's has a role in especially the commercial market. For example, the document signing between companies, or some kind of the contracting with the bankings. And then, as I mentioned, that is the Korea Financial the Korean Institute, that kind of things also kind of union banks, they really focus on the internet banking. So they just provide this certificate to the banking services. But if you see the last one, there are new things. The licensed digital signature service provider. So after the law, the amendment, there are, I think, almost 16 or 17 the new service the providers in South Korea. I will explain the one by one. So many people asked me why the Korean government or Korean society decided to change the law, because before that they had the stable situation. They have a stable market in South Korea, but inside South Korea, we have a little problem. That was small, but it getting bigger and bigger. Before that, as I mentioned, in South Korea, 5 accredited CA has been provided for over 20 years. So actually, the people naturally accepted the kind of circumstance. But the last decade, we experienced new things. For example, the iPhone or the mobile devices, or the from web to the app site. At the time, the accredited CA, they had struggled and they have a difficulty to adapting the new circumstance, and the people had a complaint about it, because on my iPhone I can use my digital certificate 5 years ago or 6 years ago. That kind of complaint uprising, and then became the kind of movement. We need to change this kind of old thing. So that kind of movement that goes to the government or the politicians. So that's the reason why they moved. They decided to change or amend the mother law. So there are two things. The one is the main purpose of the changing the law and regulation. They expect, the government or the ruling parties, they are expecting new services will come to our society. Before that, only digital signature on the logo on, or digital signature on document signing, but they expect the new services with the new technology, such as the blockchain, DID, or even the device certificate. That kind of things that they are expecting, and it is going well now. And secondly, before that, only the face-to-face verification was allowed. So when I request my digital certificate for any purpose, at the first time I must visit the RA, or the branch of banks, which is RA contract with the CA. That means the physical verification was mandatory. But after the law, maybe like India or the other countries, we don't need to visit anymore the physical registration authority. Instead of that, we just request our identification method, such as the national ID card or the passport or the other things, via online or via the application. However, in South Korea, we also have a very strict the personal information law. That means even CA or even the other authority, it is not allowed to send the customer personal information via online. So first of all, if we scan the passport or if we scan national ID card, but we cannot send that kind of information to other parties via online. it is illegal. It is not allowed in South Korea. So at that time, we needed to solve that kind of problem. So we encrypted or double hashed the national ID card number or the other personal information things, and in a secure manner, we transfer this kind of information to the user organization. I think to make this kind of guideline, we took 1 year for say the other parties or the other organization. Also, we request or demand cooperation with the other authority who has the control of the national ID card number or passport number or even the driving license number. Even in case of a corporation, we also had the consultant or the needed cooperation to the organization who had the legal, the entity, the registration number. So after that, after receiving the consent or the agreement with that kind of organization, we could start this kind of things. We can send or receive. The CAs can send or receive the personal information in a security manner with the other organization. But these days, it is also required from the government or organization. The CA must prove they providing this kind of information in a secure manner to other organization. So as a result, after 2021, there are the barriers of CAs in South Korea. First of all, you can see the web trust. So in South Korea, I think some customer or the client of the web trust after receiving, they don't want their information to the public. So except that, I think maybe the 6 or 7 the customer who has got the web trust audit in South Korea. First of all, the KISA and the MOIS, that is two root CA, as I mentioned. Both root CA that has got web trust audit. And also the neighbor cloud, that is like the Amazon Web Service in South Korea. Also, they just providing the cloud service, and then the TLS and SSL certificate are needed to provide their cloud service in South Korea. That's the reason why the CA that has become globalized after getting the web trust audit criteria. And then the root CA of a neighbor cloud, same as the Immoduria, almost the major browsers, included in the major browsers trust stores. And then the other CAs. If you see the number 2, the new license CA, that is the Kakao. If you're familiar with the Korean culture, actually the Kakao is kind of WhatsApp in South Korea. Everyone uses the mobile messenger as a Kakao. And then the neighbor is a kind of portal site. And then the SK, KT, and Edge is telecom companies. Also, you can see the Payco and Bank Seller. That is the simple payment service provider. So in South Korea, the simple payment service provider has become CAs because they wanted to provide the financial collecting service with this certificate. So in South Korea, as I mentioned, if licensed CA can control the data certificate to use the for the collecting personal financial information from the relevant organization. So that's the reason why the simple payment companies decided to become CAs, because in their in their application, actually they don't need to move to another application. Just in their application, they can see all kind of financial information of a user, because they has agreement with other service organization with digital certificate, I mean the digitally signed. So after that, for specific year, they can collect the user's financial information. So in a result, the in PayCo application or in bank salad application, people or the subscriber can see the all kind of financial information in application. So that's the reason why they became the CAs. And the other thing is that there are 3 bankers, or maybe I think these days maybe 5 bankers. So in case of South Korea, it is interesting because I never seen the other countries. In the other countries, the bankers are just bankers. Bankers are not certificate authorities. But in South Korea, the banker decided to become CAs. As I mentioned at the first time, digital certificates is used widely in South Korea. So before that, or in the past, digital certificate can be used to log into the banking website. But nowadays, we don't use the banking website anymore because we have our mobile phones, right? So on our mobile phone or on banking on banking application, or if we use digital certificate from login to the money transfer, I mean all transaction provided by bankers in a perspective of bank, that is more secure rather than the other authentication. That's the reason why bankers had decided to become a become a CA. So in the case, there are a few bankers in Korea. This is kind of another name of this transformation by bank. So in banking application, before that, they just only the banking service. They just provided the banking service. But these days, after becoming CA, the banking service or the bank can accept or collect the other information. Also, in banking application, the people can request to issue my birth certificate, my land certificate, even my house certificate, because the digital certificate is linked with the e-government portal, right? So they don't need to move. They don't need to move to the website, government website. Just inside of the mobile phone, they do everything. That's the reason why the Korean bankers has decided to become a CA. And then if you see the number 3, as I mentioned, there are the 5 CA. So after changes of Korean law, the 5 CA still alive. I mean, we don't betray the old the PKI service provider because they built the Korean PKI scheme for a long time. Also, we have the auditor customizing the criteria for the accredited CA because they still focus on the phase 2 the verification to issue the certificate. So in Korean scheme, assessment scheme, they can be allowed. So, but the license CA, it is not allowed because this kind of new license CA, typically they don't have the physical office. So, except the bankers, some the Kakao or the Neighbor or some the telecom companies, they don't have the registration authority physically. So at the time we think about that, but the online basis verification is allowed in South Korea. So that is kind of the usage of a signature. That is the internet banking is the high ranking. And then there are 2 things. The what is if you see the commercial that this one, because this is a commercial from the bankers. So if you see that, just on the street, the main actor came from the train to Busan or the Squid Game. So he is very famous, but he just played the role to explain the digital certificate user to the little guy. So in South Korea is kind of natural things. Also, you can see that my certificate, because the certificate is cute, because these days the many people they use this certificate about that. So you can see the last thing, the two menu. The one is the use my certificate, the other is the view my history. Only two things are existing. So that kind of certificate in South Korea is well known. So that is the compliance of the assessment. If you see that the KISA and also the component of the body and the license, the certificate service provider, we have the three things. The KISA also conduct the regulator because according to the new law, there are the many kind of things to consider to comply with the new law. So the KISA has a role of the regulator. In South Korea, we have for the component assessment body, the Deloitte Korea, the KPMG, and the Korea national agencies. They are experienced this kind of assessment in the past. If you have time, I just briefly explain how to provide assessment. So for new CA, it typically takes the 6 months to get license from KISA. So first of all, they just submit the readiness review to KISA. On the readiness review document, actually they have some plan. Okay, we built our data center, also our system architecture, network architecture, certificate usage, and how to verify the user identification before certificate issuance. That kind of information should be documented and submit to the KISA before starting assessment. And then we take the 6 or the 5 months assessment. So that kind of document assessment and the field assessment. For document assessment, the key ceremony or the key management or the certificate management for life cycle, we check that. On the field assessment, we visit their data center, and then their room or their facility equipment are operated according to their design. They submit to the readiness review. After that, we submit the report to KISA, and the KISA will decide the licensee or not. That is kind of the concept of the assessment. Briefly speaking, the CA must prepare before the assessment. The CPCPS is mandatory because they submit the CPS, even the reference version. And the facility equipment, they must prepare. I mean, during or before the assessment, they complete construction of their facility equipment. So except that KISA does not allow or grant the license. So actually basis on the real system or real service, and then the assessment can be conducted. So last thing is the keyword secure lifecycle management, the internal document like that. And then you can see the middle things. There are the web test criteria. And the last thing is the assessment control in South Korea. The difference between the web trust and the Korean things. The web trust is the certificate life cycle, issuing, the renewing, revocation, and the experience. But in Korea case, we added the usual digital certificate. Especially in focus on the usual digital certificate, there are lots of the controls in that. So that's a difference between web trust and the Korean the assessment control. And then also the physical security are the main factor of the assessment. So the basis on the web trust, I think the concept we have that. The CA passed at least over the layer security level 4. And then in South Korea, if you are CA that has the root CA certificate and the issuing CA certificate, you should prepare the root CA room and the CA room. So at least the 2 or 3, the room must be separate against the other services. So in general, in South Korea, the CA has at least 4 rooms or 5 rooms. And also in Web Trust, you may know the dual custody. It means at the first time or second time or any time to entering into the room, and least 2 persons must be compared. So in South Korea also, we adjust this kind of things. So the operator or the DBA or the agencies, but at least the 2 people required to open the door. This is my last page. And then, so the application, serving the financial service industry that can be developed there. That is, that came from the Web Trust principal criteria, also the ISO standard. That is what I really impressed in that, because in South Korea, we really focus on the financial service. So as I mentioned, any kind of banks, they are providing the certificate service. So the second thing is to provide the level of assurance. Even though we are considering what kind of assurance the level is preferred in South Korea, because we are also encountering the various of situation. I mean, some people bring the cloud CA, some people bring the third-party CA. Also, the technology has been different. DI or blockchain, we also encountering now. So at the time, so how we can provide the equal level of assurance to be guaranteed. That is our issues. But in the near future, I think we also need to consider together. Anyway, today I just briefly introduced the Korea case on the assessment. Maybe next time we hear more the discussion. Anyway, thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. To do the honors, I invite Mr. Sivaraman Natarajan from Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. It was a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. So a long day. Before the closing remarks, there are a few members to whom we have to hand over the mementos. To do the honor, I invite Mr. Kaushik Srinivasan from eMudra, who is the host, to do the honors, please. So to start with, I use a random order. So Mr. Amir from Malaysia, please. Mr. Clement from Taiwan, please. Mr. Siva from Emda, Saudi Arabia. Mrs. Masa from Iran, please. The delegation from Vietnam, all of you please, maybe everyone, you can join for a group photo, please. The Vietnam delegation, everyone please join. Do a group photo. Do we have Rajiv from Nexus here? Yeah. No worries. I also call the delegation from Senegal joining us today to please come on stage. It's a special occasion. You made it to the event. Please join. I especially invite the team from CDAC Bengaluru, Dr. Balaji, Anup, Isba, please come on stage. They are experts in this domain and have been closely working with Government of India to popularize PKI adoption. Please. And we do have digital transformation expert from USA, Mr. Scott Ria. Please come on stage. Thank you for making it. Thank you very much. Yes, now I may request our Vice Chair, Mr. William Gee, to give the closing remarks, please. Yeah. Thank you.
So it comes to closing remark. So Vijay asked me, like, at the tea break, coffee break. When I first started with PKI about 20 years ago, I recount to you one experience. In the CPS, most of you will be very familiar with it, there is a section called waste disposal, right? You know what it means, right? So the draft CPS that I was given to me for review talks about we have drainage for wastewater, we have dustbins in our backyard. So we have come a long way. Today we are looking at cloud signing, we are looking at mobile signing, and so on. We're talking about IoT, and we are still coming against some challenges. We were chatting over coffee break, and I tell you, this was not that long time ago. It was about a year and a half ago when we had a discussion with some of the older generation, shall we say, who believes that if you sign your signature on a piece of white paper, scan it, cut out your signature, give it to your secretary, who paste it on a Word document and convert it into PDF. That will be very secure. And you can do that, use that for so-called e-signing in a contract context. And we all know from a technical point of view, that is nonsense. But trying to explain that, today we covered, interoperability, we covered post-quantum, we cover, cross-jurisdiction building of trust, and trying to explain that to leadership sometimes, it's actually, you find it quite difficult to explain and get the budget that you need to actually move forward. And yet, today we talk about global trust, we talk about, having that trust infrastructure, not just on the territory level, but on a global level. And we need everybody here to really work together, share experience, and to perhaps experiment on a number of joint projects so that we can actually, get our hands dirty and know what works and what doesn't work. So it's a great delight to see the members and also all the guests from different regions to actually come here, share their views. A lot of the messages that we have listened resonate very much with us. We've either been there before or we are faced with similar situation. So again, thank you for your participation today. and we look forward to working even more closely, with you all in the coming future. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the session. Thank you for joining. A great time rest of the day. Thank you.